Hey there, story lovers. Welcome to Wingman Joker, where every story comes to life. Dive into captivating tales that will thrill, inspire, and entertain. If you enjoy the journey, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 391, Ring Cloud City. Mike and Alice had just reached the resting point when a family agent came running toward them. Young master, young lady, a message from the family. The agent said, giving them a sealed envelope. Mike quickly opened it and looked inside with a frown. What? Alice asked. They want us to head deep. The final test will be happening there tomorrow. He said with a frown. The letter was legitimate with the patriarch seal and everything. Then let's go. Is there anything wrong? Alice asked. I just feel that this is too abrupt. He said, it had only been a day and a half since this competition started, and for this letter to reach this place, it must have been issued at least since this morning. Why are they changing things this fast? You got a point, but this is our family you are talking about, Alice shrugged. She never liked how her family did things to begin with. True, let's head there after we get some sleep. We need to conserve our energy just in case. Mike said. Ellipsis. It was slightly after noon that the private plane landed at the Ring Cloud International Airport. Ring Cloud City was one of the biggest coastal cities in the world, famous for its skies that featured donut-shaped clouds that formed due to its terrain. It was the capital of the Cloudy Republic, an industrial country known for its quality products all around the world. In the past, this place was ruled by gangs of all shapes and kinds. Only in the past 20 years have things changed here after a new government was elected and was able to enhance security, allowing business to flourish. The twins with their mother and sister slowly descended from the plane, then quickly headed toward customs where everything went extra smoothly after Mina flashed a purple card to the officers. Although this country didn't belong to the Von Weiss family, it was under the Players' Council's direct supervision. Does Victor's family power work even here? Mona asked in shock as they walked out of the airport. They weren't even asked to present their passports. Our husband's family is one of the strongest in the world, it has an influence all over. Mina said proudly. Her mother, Vanessa, who was also shocked, frowned hearing her daughter. Just how powerful were those guys? This made her remember Theodore's power in bed. Damn, she quickly shook her head. So, this is our hometown, Mana said as they reached the streets outside, and she began to look around at the tall buildings. Unlike Vane City, which had a traditional aristocratic and Gothic feel, this place was completely modernized. It seemed that it happened after the entire city caught fire 20 years ago or something. That's what she read in a booklet for tourists, but she was not sure. Why don't I take you for a tour? Mona asked. She was not tired at all from the trip. This was the benefit of having a private jet. And she was feeling a little suppressed by Victor in Vane City, and couldn't really show her true self to her sisters. Ah, let's go then. Mina, who was full of energy, said. You girls go have fun, I need to check on the company. Be sure not to stay up late. Vanessa told them as she stopped a taxi without looking back. She had so many things in her mind that she didn't want to take care of them. Ellipsis. Watching the twins leave with their sister, a group of girls walked out of the airport. Big sis, are you okay? Theta turned and asked Alpha, who had been acting a little strange ever since the plane landed. Just some old memories, she said as she looked at a glass tower in the distance. Let's go, we need to set up a base of operation before tomorrow morning. She said, making the 5 girls who followed her nod and then hurry to find a car. Ellipsis. Julian opened his eyes and then sat abruptly. His head hurt as if it was going to explode. Did he drink too much last night? No, Lily. He quickly began to remember the previous day as he turned to look around. He was alone in the secret room where the ritual took place. It was now empty, the pond was empty too. What the hell happened? The last thing he remembered was Lily putting her hand on his back right after they entered that blackwater pond. Then it was as if some liquid poured into him, cindering every part of his body. It hurt like hell. He must have passed out right after. What the fuck was that? Was that supposed to help him? He slowly moved his arm. His muscles felt stronger than ever. Strange, even his shoulder that had been injured in brawl years ago seemed to have healed. Damn, even his tooth that was lost have returned. He frowned as he looked around, and then he noticed it, as if waiting in the corner of his eye. The moment he focused on it, it came into view. The system screen. Bloodline activation. Welcome, player. Analyzing data. Name, Julian von Krona. Level, 0. Class, Soul Paladin, SS. Authority, 10. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 40. Agility, 30. Luck, 15. Charm, 40. Order, 10. Skills, Soul Energy Manipulation, SS. Soul Realm, SS. Curse Immunity, SS. Soul Enchant, S. Eye of the Truth, S. Dispel, S. Soul Shield, S. Soul Sword, S. Soul Heal, S. Soul Power, 31/31. Setup complete. The sound of someone entering the chamber startled him. So you are awake, Lily, who was now dressed in a long black dress, slowly walked inside, took a chair from her storage ring, then set it next to Julian and sat on it. For some strange reason, she seemed a little bit younger. What happened? He asked. Did I become a player? How? Certain bloodlines allow their owner to directly become players, she said. I just enhanced your bloodline from a crowned crow to a soul-eating crow. A 3 levels upgrade, she added. What? You were very lucky, you should have immediately gained a suitable class. What did you get? She asked. A soul paladin, he answered after a pause, deciding not to hide it. Oh, that's one of the best. Lily nodded. With this, it would be possible for you to fully utilize the bloodline skills once you awaken it. She added. Didn't you say earlier you wanted to awaken my bloodline? He asked. That was the plan, but awakening a bloodline is a really fickle thing, it may not always work, she lied. The truth was that if she was not in the pond with him, he would have surely succeeded in awakening his bloodline. But she had to go and try a certain technique and try to refresh her bloodline, using most of the available energy. Refreshing was an ancient secret method used in order to get more things out of an already awakened bloodline, as sometimes the energy would not be sufficient to complete the initial awakening or something might stop the activation. Oh, Julian nodded. Don't worry, you will get another chance in the family, it is not a good thing to grow too strong too fast. She told the truth this time. Probably. Did you also get anything good? Julian asked. He could see that she was ultra happy. Just a random subclass to suit my bloodline, she shrugged casually. The smile on her face clearly showed how glad she was with the result. What is it? He asked. Ah, I forgot to tell you, you should never tell others about your class. Never, she scolded, refusing to tell him. You should never ask either, it is rude. Didn't you ask me earlier? He asked. Didn't she make him tell her everything? You were just too gullible for someone to not take advantage of you. She told the truth again while smiling as if this was completely natural. Ellipsis. After leaving the village, Victor, who was hugging the love-stricken Ku, leisurely strolled around the mines. He planned to find Zoe, but that ungrateful girl was long gone, so he planned to take his time. It was as if he was a tourist or something as no golems appeared around him. How could they? He took control of all of them the moment Rita marked the edict shard with his blood, allowing him to replace its former demon owner whose soul inside the shard was locked and was pointlessly trying hard to regain control at the moment. He just had to sit tight there and wait to be eaten like a good boy. It was clear to him now that the gate didn't resurface at all as the family believed, but it was all a misunderstanding. The golems and the gate were two separate things that just happened to occur together in the past. This was something he should have expected, as the family agents must have combed the mines 3 times searching for the gate and found nothing before giving the heirs this mission. The second branch must have found Edict Shard and hid it from the family who kept thinking that the golems came from the gate. They must have been brewing this scheme for a long time. Now the question was, what should Victor do? The first option was to inform Anne about the second branch's scheme and get a ton of merit. From the info that Rita managed to get, it was clear that they were trying to kill all the main elite heirs in one fell swoop and make it look like an accident. Now, the problem with this approach was that he would have to answer a lot of questions, as even Anne would not buy his usual bullshit. And he didn't want to expose his cards yet. His second option was to do nothing. Not exactly nothing, he would let those idiots play, then use the golems to kill off Bill and Mike's competitors while making sure Mike and Alice survive. After that, he would just find a way to expose the second branch and let them take all the blame. He also had to make Rita grab the shard in the midst of the chaos. Although this would make all the work he did on Linda pointless, he didn't care. He had many other ways to destroy her. This was Victor's preferred plan for now. That's why he was at this time heading toward the meeting point where the golems were guided to go. He had to be there in order to directly take control of the situation. Those golems can only be given very generic commands from afar. Young Master Victor. Someone suddenly called as soon as Victor reached one of the random resting and monitoring points scattered around the mines. Yes, Victor asked as he turned to face the guard who ran to him. "We have a message for all elite heirs," the guard said, giving Victor a sealed envelope while trying hard not to look at the maid who clung to Victor's arm. "Didn't they say this was a test? Why was there a maid here?" "No, she was not just a maid. She was clearly a maid in heat." "Thanks," Victor said, then opened the envelope as the guard bowed, then returned to his station. Looking at Ku was not good for his heart. He was a married man. The message was what Victor expected. A command to all the heirs to gather in one meeting point for a final test. It seemed like he was right, the mine's messaging system had been compromised. He chuckled and was about to put the message in his ring when he paused. He opened the message again and checked the map attached to it. Why was it wrong? Why was the gathering point specified in a totally different direction from the point the golems were being guided to? He had to check 3 times to make sure, ordering Rita to go check the map in the secret base she was stalking at the moment. "Is there anything wrong, young master?" Ku, who noticed Victor's frown, asked. Did she annoy him by sticking to him? Hearing her, he shook his head and rubbed her head. "No," he said, "just something trivial." "What?" she asked. "We will have see," he answered mysteriously as he hugged the girl. He was not sure what was going on. It was either someone planning to isolate him, or the exact opposite. This entire scheme may have been happening right under the watchful eyes of his grandmother. No matter what, he had to go and take a look for himself, as his plan may have probably failed before it could even start. Chapter 392. It is your duty as an heir. "I really shouldn't have underestimated my grandmother. Grandmas are scary," Victor told Ku emotionally as he reached the heirs' meeting point a day later. He couldn't stop laughing after that. It was not a trap to isolate him. He could tell with ease, as all the heirs were there, split into groups that shot glares at each other every few seconds. This must have been his grandmother's counterplan to send them here to be safe. Like him, she was also playing along to expose all the traitors. Damn it, his plan was a no-go. And Bill would live for now. Victor. Alice, who was the first to notice Victor as he entered the large chamber, waved to him. She was standing with Mike and 2 other elites who were a part of his camp. "Hi sis, bro, how was your hunt?" Victor asked casually as reached them with a maid at hand. For the entire day, he was having fun explaining many things to her as they traveled. He planned to make her a player ASAP. "Not bad," Alice said immediately. "Who is she?" "The result of my hunt," Victor said, hugging the embarrassed Ku. "Isn't she cute?" he added as Zoe, who had been avoiding looking him in the eyes since the moment he entered, inspected Ku. The frowned. "A new one?" she asked. "What did you do with that one from earlier?" she added in disgust. "She is the only one," Victor clarified. "She had a curse on her, and the only way to cure it was for her to. You know, I figured it out, the moment I saw her," Victor clarified. "I couldn't leave a girl like her in a place like this, so I made her my official maid and I plan to take care of her from now on," he said proudly, making Ku smile sweetly. "Don't you have a ton of maids or something?" Alice asked, disgusted by her brother scamming 2 girls at the same time. "Do you still have any slots left?" she wondered. "Most of the ones in the mansion are not from the family, and I got to free some slots after the wedding anyway," he said. The twins, Mira and Arya, were no longer his maids, but his wives. "Oh," Zoe frowned. She didn't like it one bit that Victor was with this girl, but the fact that he saved her made Zoe unable to hate him. She even felt a little ashamed of herself for cursing at him earlier. "So, what are we doing here?" Victor asked as he had no idea. "Waiting, according to the assistants, the elders will be here in an hour or so," Mike said. "Some kind of a final mission," he added, shooting a glare at Bill. "I see, I think they might get a little delayed though," Victor said. Through Rita's eyes, he could see that the family elders had already surrounded the second branch's base. And with the patriarch stood at the front in golden battle armor. The rest of the elders were behind them. It was time to close the net. Ellipsis. Alpha slowly left the hotel, telling the girls she needed to get some air. The ungrateful girls who were planning their sightseeing trip didn't even care. On the contrary, they seemed to be glad to get rid of her. Well, they planned to meet Mona's friends in a few days, despite finishing their preparations, so the girls earned their vacation. She sighed as she crossed the street, making sure no one was following her. She knew that what she was going to do was technically betraying Victor, but this needed to be done. As long as she was careful with what she said, her contract with him would not be breached. Crossing the main square and heading into the old city, she had to retrace her steps multiple times, first to check if she was being followed, and the second time because she took a wrong turn. The memories in her head that popped out as soon as she entered this city were a little old, and the city's way had changed a lot in the last 20 years. This was one of the family's protection mechanisms that she had no idea about, location-bound memories. It seemed like the memories would remain hidden until certain conditions were applicable. Alpha sighed for the 24th time. It took her more than an hour to locate the old temple building she wanted to go. It was situated right in between a lousy pub and a lousier brothel. It featured heaps of trash to the side and a long and seemingly ancient trail of urine stains all over its stone walls. This temple was the type some old sect used to scam people back in the day. Now it was left with broken windows and a falling wooden gate that was plastered with all kinds of old unfulfilled evacuation notices, left by the myriad of land developers who wanted to evacuate the residents and tear down this building, but ended up being evacuated to the afterlife. Apparently, whoever got the deed for this place nowadays had decided it was no longer worth it, as this place had become the filthiest place in town, and it was no longer viable to invest there. Is this really it? Alpha frowned and wondered. She began to look around and then noticed a simple eye symbol on the side of the temple's gate. It was here. She took a deep breath and opened the temple door, careful not to break it, then entered. It was a mess and it looked as if everyone in town had decided that this place was a good garbage dump. The temple's courtyard was filled with all kinds of broken furniture and old electrical appliances that were clearly thrown there by people who didn't want to bother taking the trip to the landfill. Still, there was no person in sight. Alpha slowly made her way to the main building, and entered the main hall that was seemingly the only clean room in the temple. Relatively clean, someone had seemingly decided not to bother the giant, menacing-looking spider on the corner. In front of the altar where the giant golden statue of a strawberry with 3 legs and 3 eyes was placed, an ugly young temple maiden was sitting, lighting some strawberry-scented incense as she chanted something in an unrecognizable language. Konana, go salke napiasakuiya, elkapchui gogagop gona kuiku. Salp pa ga konana, ellipsis 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 quote. It took her 15 minutes to finish, then turned to face Alpha, looking at her with lazy cloudy eyes. Did you come here to pray to Mosasu the Great? She asked. I want to meet the grandmas. I am number B42, Louise, Alpha said. She was not the kind to joke around. We don't offer grandmas here, there is some strawberry cake though. Alpha frowned, then said nothing as she looked around the chamber, then slowly found a seat where a lousy eye symbol was carved. She sat on it. Suit yourself, the maiden frowned, then turned to the statue and continued her worship, ignoring Alpha. Konana gona pcu yigokfakui aka napilsakuiya, rakyap pcu napilsakuiya yilgok, rakyap pcu napilsakuiya kayakyafaklikarku kusairagaku, a napiasakuiya, kulp napiasakuiya, napyakuiya elpna, napyakuiya gagaragana. Napilsakuiya karaya na gakukakulp pcu kugora rayiga, the girl chanted. For the next 3 hours nothing happened. And just when Alpha, who had enough of listening to the stupid chants, was about to lose her patience, the maiden suddenly stopped chanting, stood up, and looked at her. Her eyes were no longer cloudy. The grandmas will meet you now, she said as the altar moved to the side, revealing a staircase down, a classic. Alpha nodded, then quickly entered the stairway and descended. It was a really long way down, as it took Alpha about 30 minutes to reach the bottom, where she found a room with a strange shimmering gate in its center. A space-crossing portal. Taking a deep breath, Alpha stepped through it. Opening her eyes, it was bright. She had just walked out of the closet of a rural wooden cottage. Facing her was a cozy living room where 3 old women were sitting enjoying the sun and watching some soap opera on an old TV set. You are here, one of the women, who seemed to be a little reluctant to leave the TV, said, as she turned to Alpha. Louise, right, I remember your mother, a fine woman, you look just like her. The heir had seen the elder. Alpha said as she kneeled on the ground. No need for formalities, what brings you here, dear? I see that you have already gotten rid of your curse, she said, her eyes turning to the TV every few seconds. The handsome male lead was about to kiss the reluctant maid whom he was secretly in love with, but couldn't tell her because she was the daughter of the man who killed his father, and he was planning to torture then kill her until he discovered that she was, in fact, his childhood friend who saved his life when their other friend turned out to be a drug dealer and planned to kill him because he was, in fact, his half-brother. Yes, I passed a life and death experience, Alpha replied. Everyone in her family was born with a curse, this was the destiny of their bloodline. Good, then why are you here? You should know that if this is not something really urgent you will be punished. The grandma said, her eyes on the TV. The kiss attempt was a failure again as the man's lover barged in. Again, quote. I met someone, he knows about us, about the family. Alpha said directly. What? The grandma asked, turning to face Alpha and making another grandma look too. Explain. Ah, I can't, Alpha said. It was all because Victor made her sign that contract after the spark incident, damn it. You can't. I can't. I see, mother, the first grandma called the second grandma, who turned out to be a great-grandma. A contract or a curse? The great-grandma asked. Alpha didn't reply as the old woman gave the TV one last look and then slowly approached her, beginning to smell her. A contract it is, she said. Unlike stupid curses, contracts are tricky, there are two ways to get rid of them, an easy way and a hard way, she said explaining to Alpha. Let's try the first, she said, taking out a golden scale. Put a drop of your blood on the left plate, she said. Alpha nodded, dropping some blood on the small dish-shaped plate, representing her deeds. Now, blow the word, contract on this, the old woman gave Alpha a sparkling feather. Alpha nodded then blew the word, feeling as if something from inside of her, getting inscribed on the feather that became a little heavy. Good, carefully place the feather on the Destiny's Scale's right plate. The second the feather touched the plate, nothing happened, they were in balance for the next 3 seconds, then it was as if the feather weighed a ton, it suddenly moved down, flipping the entire scale out of the old woman's hand. Wah, Mom, what happened? The grandma asked. The benefits that Guy gave little Louise here, far outweighs his commitments for the contract, he had given her more than she could ever repay him, the frightened old woman said. What did he give you? This is not a simple matter of just saving your life or removing a curse, she asked the shocked Alpha. Ah, I don't know, she quickly went silent. It was probably the spark. You can't say. I see, the old woman said. Then it is the second method. Do you really want this contract voided? She asked Alpha. It is for the family. Alpha said. She had enough of being manipulated by that bastard Victor. Once the contract was voided, she could ask the grandmas to take a look at the soul mark he left, and then she would be free. As for what to do with Victor after that, she couldn't really make up her mind. Wouldn't a relationship with whoever contracted you be beneficial to the family? The grandma, seemingly having some thoughts asked. Quote. I want the contract voided, she repeated. With every passing day, she could feel the day when Victor would take her to bed coming closer. She would never surrender to a filthy man. Are you sure? Yes. This will hurt like hell, the old woman said as she placed her hand on Alpha's chest. I am ready, Alpha replied. Take a deep breath, the old woman said. By the authority of the judge, I annule this. She didn't continue, as a second later, she was flying backward with a trail of blood flowing out of her mouth. She hit the TV set and then fell to the wooden ground rolling. Alpha, who felt a sharp pain at the same moment, fell to the ground in tears. Ah, mother. The grandma ran to her mother as the last old woman, who kept watching TV the entire time, hurried to check on the poor TV set. I am fine, shit, the old woman was quickly helped to her feet. Is it over? Alpha asked. Over my ass, the old woman said, taking the slipper that had just fallen from her foot and throwing it at Alpha. Why the hell did you make a contract with a demon? A demon? No, he is not. Alpha quickly replied as she dodged to the right. The slipper passed right beside her face, drawing a line of blood as it grazed her cheek like a bullet. Not a demon, a lord, no, a scion, the old grandma pondered. Ah, what lord? That bastard is not a lord, Alpha said. She did hear Lily and Victor discuss the lords, and it was clear that Victor was not one. Then why would this guy have more than 1,000 authority points? The old woman said. That's the only way my skill could fail. If the other side's authority is larger than mine. She yelled. Ah, I really don't know, Alpha said. The old woman glared at her and then looked at the last woman, who was kneeling and trying hard to revive the dead TV by hitting it with her cane. Mother, please help, she said to the last grandma, who turned out to be a great-great-grandma. You little girls can't do a thing right. In my days we would solve such trivial problems by just kicking their ass. The brutal last grandma said as she gave up on the TV and slowly stood up, her hand on her back as she slowly approached Alpha, who for the first time realized that this old woman was blind. Not exactly, it was as if inside of her eyes there was no pupil, but she was looking right through Alpha. Relax, lass, and let me see, the last old woman said as she began to activate her skill, making her eyes turn gold. Can you see anything, Grandma? The first old woman asked. It is not demonic. No, let me see, he is a man, the old woman frowned. It was very cloudy. Lass, what the fuck had you been doing? Why is your fate look like a piece of done ice cream? She finally asked as she peered into Alpha's soul. I don't know. Wait, no, that, something, why do you have a spark? The old woman finally gasped and asked in shock. Ah, that, my contractor took it from someone and then gave it to me. Alpha could only say that. She was surprised they knew about this, and couldn't wait to ask them what it meant. Oh, then what the fuck are you doing here? The old woman asked angrily as she took a step back. Ah, I want the contract voided to be able to work to revive the family and. Ah, Alpha screamed in pain as the old woman began to hit her with her cane. Mother, why are you hitting her? One old woman asked. Idiot, that guy gave you a spark and you want to leave him. Ungrateful bitch, the oldest woman replied as she began to hit Alpha again. The other two old women quickly hurried to stop her. Louise, do you know why the family created the heirs project? She asked as she calmed down a little. To revive the family, Alpha, who felt extra wrong, said nervously. Exactly, and how were you supposed to do that? The old woman asked, calming down more. Ah, I believe by creating a force and. Idiot, no one said that. The old woman began to hit her again. The old woman must have a strength of more than 1,000 as Alpha's bones would have broken if not for the SS rank armor vest Victor gave her. Grandmother, you will kill the poor lass. The first grandma quickly said. Listen, the last grandma said, taking a deep breath as she put her cane down. We made you to revive the family. To find strong allies and rebuild our forces in the shadows. That's it, she said. What? Alpha asked in shock. Weren't we supposed to kill Von Sway and the Von Rosen? Why would we care about such insects? Those guys were only minions who were following orders. Our real enemy was the Lord whom we angered 20 years ago. He was the one who helped our enemies to destroy us by giving them a way to counter and track our bloodlines. How else would most of our elders perish just like that one night, leaving the family without leadership? Forcing us to hide on the edge of this ruin where the only good TV reception we can get is some lousy local channel. Ah, what? Alpha had no idea about that. After that, the only way for the family to avoid total annihilation was to disappear, pinning our hope on our chosen heirs to rebuild the family on a more firm ground. Alpha nodded. She was very afraid to ask what her great-great-grandmother meant by firm ground though. Now, your contractor is a man, he is young, he is from one of the high families, the old woman as if she was getting her answers from Alpha's expression. Is he handsome? I see, the old woman nodded. Her power allowed her to get the answers to her questions without Alpha's answering. Although the contract's power was constraining her, it didn't completely stop her if she asked just right. Now, let me ask you, is that guy successful? Does he always get what he wants? I see, does he survive very dangerous situations with ease? Is he always surrounded by girls? The old woman began to ask Alpha a barrage of questions while watching her facial expression. What do you think? Finally her daughter asked after the old woman went silent. I think he is a scion, she said, making Alpha flinch. Could Victor be a scion? Yes, why didn't she think of that? Although Victor did say he was a time traveler, he never said anything about his fate. Then is he a candidate? The other old woman asked, ignoring Alpha's strange gaze. Yes, and more than that, the old woman said as her white eyes sparkled. You said that guy knew about us? She asked Alpha. Yes, I can't tell you why though, Alpha replied nervously. Is he friendly or is he an enemy? He promised me and Hannah to help us rebuild our family if we obeyed him, Alpha said. Hannah, number C77. Ah, I can't say, Alpha didn't know Hannah's code number. She was in the immortal abode I think, did something happen? The youngest grandma asked. We will check later, the oldest said, looking at Alpha. Although many things are obfuscated by the contract, I believe in my hunch that Louise's contractor is a good candidate, think. Of it, someone with a scion fate and more than 1,000 authority, it is only about time that some lord adopts him, or he might be able to become a lord himself. A candidate? Alpha asked nervously. Yes, to be one of the chosen to revive our family. She said, seriously, before turning to face Alpha. Louise von Richter, from now on your mission has been changed to acquiring your contractor's help for our family. You are to seduce him and then become his wife and his ally, and you should focus on giving birth to his children as soon as possible. What? No way in. Ah. Alpha quickly shut up as she felt the old woman's cane. Shut up, you ungrateful lass. If I was 900 years young, I would have done it myself. The old woman scolded. We are barely hanging on a thread here, and you want to choose. If that lord were to find any of our heirs, he would kill them on sight. Our only hope to save our descendants is to rebuild our family inside of another power, a power that has the protection of another lord. The old woman explained. The family was that desperate. What is this lord thing? Alpha, who had tears in her eyes, asked in despair. This was going in the exact opposite direction she hoped for. All the grandmas sighed before the oldest one began to talk. Think of them like super players, game masters in a way. They have power beyond any other. Their only limit is that they usually specialize in one area, that of their spark. I have a spark now. Can't I be a lord or something? Alpha quickly shut up as the grandma raised her cane, preparing to strike again. Idiot, as if it was that easy. The old scolded. We don't know how one becomes a lord, but what we do know is that they require anyone who wants to be their disciple to have a spark, a shit ton of authority, and an S-rank fate at the very least. She added. Your fate is only an A rank. That's why your code name begins with the letter B. Oh, Alpha squeezed her fist. Then this spark, what is it? What is it good for? She asked. Think of it like a skill book, an ultimate skill book that would allow you to master all the skills of a certain subject, the oldest grandma said. We don't really know how to use it, as lords usually collect those like crazy, but listen to me, you better keep the fact that you have it a secret, or you might be in a shitload of trouble. Oh, Alpha frowned. She didn't like this at all. Now go, remember your mission and fulfill it faithfully. It is your duty as an heir. The old woman said, kicking Alpha out. We will contact you again when the time is right. Chapter 393. I saw it first. Surrender now. You are completely surrounded. The patriarch Marcos shouted coldly at his brother Antony and the rest of the elders from the second branch who were barricaded inside their base looking out from the windows. We know that you were the ones behind the golems. What should we do? One of the elders asked as he looked at all the players outside. How did they find out? Damn, all the elders from the other branches are fuming with rage. How did they know? It was probably the kids. Todd was really drunk when they took him away. I couldn't intervene then, damn it. No, it was definitely that Zach. Todd is a good kid. Antony cursed. This was the only explanation he could think of, and he didn't expect Anne to question them this fast. Damn that piece of sh*T Victor and his aphrodisiac. It ruined everything. Although the kids didn't know everything, they knew a few facts about golems as they were told their routes to avoid them. The question was how much info did Anne get out of them? Did it matter? If that bitch captured them, they would spill the beans sooner or later. Should we surrender? Another elder asked. Fearfully. Antony didn't answer him, but just shot him a glare of disgust before turning to look outside at his elder brother. Marcos. You pussy licker son of AB**. Antony paused. That bitch was his mother. You bastard. He corrected himself. Instead of supporting us, you are standing with your bitch of a wife. Antony, you always knew my position, Marcos, who was not annoyed one bit, answered. His tone was just a little remorseful. Why are you doing this? Let's stop. It is all because you don't have the balls to act as a patriarch. When you took your seat, we expected you to elevate the second branch to become the main, or at least to support us to become the strongest, but instead, you totally ignored us. Antony interrupted. Antony, you know how much I helped, bending the rules as much as possible. The second branch was the weakest and almost dissolved. Now it is in the top 5. Marcos clarified. He really did his best to help without being partial. You knew about the deal, he said, not elaborating. He meant the deal he struck with Anne back then, for him to become the patriarch while keeping all the power with the main branch. Fuck you and your pussy-licking deal. Antony screamed. Then he began to laugh like a maniac. Let me tell you and the bitch who is standing behind you something, Antony screamed from behind the door. I don't know how you knew about us, but do you know that all of your precious heirs are already now in my hand? I guided them to a trap where they are now waiting for you. I just have to give one command and legions of golems would descend on them. He said with an insane laugh. Yes, he still had some cards in his hand. So you better drop your weapons and let us make a deal. He said, as long as he can make a deal, everything would be fine, he might even be able to secure some benefits. Oh, we already know that. The kids are already in a safe place, Marcos shrugged. Do you think it is that easy to manipulate the communications without us noticing? What? How? Impossible. Antony frowned. Was it not the kids? Olaf here already told us. Marcos said as Olaf walked out from behind him, then gave Antony a slight bow. What? Impossible. Bastard. Antony flared in shock. It was Olaf all along. Piece of shit. Did you forget WHO helped you when you were just a slave? Even in his wildest imagination, he couldn't believe that Olaf, who was the most trustworthy man in the world, would betray them. My allegiance has always been to the family, Olaf said in a low firm voice, making Anne nod. Olaf was one of the most trustworthy butlers in the family. She has secretly tested him no less than 10 times and he proved his worth every time. Fuck, Antony cursed. He was fucked. If Olaf was a spy, then all their info was known to Anne, including their emergency plan and what they planned to do with her after their plan succeeded. She would never forgive them knowing that. Now surrender and let us end this quickly, I have many things to do. Anne, who was losing her patience, said. Do it quickly and I will leave you a clean corpse, she added, making her intent to kill all of them clear. The bastards planned to first kill all the main and the strongest branch heirs and then replace them with those from the second branch, the only ones who would be still viable. They planned to use that leverage to convince the elders to replace Anne and Marcos immediately after that. The elders, other than the die-hard loyalists, would definitely accept. As Anne's power would be at its lowest without viable heirs. This might even cause some of the hidden protector elders to move against her. As she would be the one ruining the family's future at that point. Quote. This is your last chance, Marcos said after waiting a few minutes in silence. His wife was not helping at all. Quote. Antony just glared at Marcos, saying nothing as he wondered what to do. His options were very limited. Attack, the patriarch commanded, making all the elders at once quickly fire a barrage of fireballs on the building that suddenly began to shine and a sphere of energy engulfed it. A shield, Alfred, who was a part of the attacking force, said. It is probably an SS rank, we will need at least 30 minutes to break it. He explained as the men never stopped throwing their attack at the building. How about you use your witch touch and end this? Marcos asked Anne. That was one of the strongest dark art Anne had, it would dissolve this shield in seconds. No, we have all the time in the world, Anne said coldly as the men attacked. What if they summoned the golems? Let them do that. I always wanted to test the men, and this would be a good chance, Anne said. After Theodore returned with some suitable candidates, the family needed to be restructured, and this was a good chance to pick up the good from the bad. She also was sure of her power, not even 1,000 golems could stop her. Ellipsis. Shit, Antony cursed. Tell the men to summon all the golems we can muster, he told one of the elders behind him. Even if we were going to lose, I will make sure that Anne would cry tears of blood. He said, biting his lip and clenching his fist. He was not planning to go down easily. Yes, sir. The man hurried down into the hidden chamber, not noticing the reduction in Antony's eyes. He planned to sacrifice all the men and create a chance for himself to escape. But he couldn't tell them that. His plan was very simple. He had an Earth escape talisman, but in order to make sure that no one notices his absence, he needed as much chaos as possible, allowing him to reach the ocean where he already had an escape submarine just in case. This was something even Olaf had no idea about. It was moments later when the man returned running in horror. What? Antony asked. The pyramid, it is no longer there, the men are dead, the man said as he caught his breath. What? Anoni exploded. That what? Antony ignored the man and quickly ran to the secret chamber where the blood of the 3 dead men on the ground was still fresh. It was a clean job. We have a mole, he said angrily, looking around. He saw nothing. Search the base, he commanded angrily. Shit, this only left him only one way out, he really didn't want to use it. That man was right, he was always too careful, and he had to act strong every once in a while. Ellipsis. Rita, who got the edict shard, successfully made her way out of the base from the back, making sure to dodge the guards who were oblivious to her existence. She also had to avoid Anne by walking as far away as possible while keeping her disguise. According to Victor, that woman had a good hunch. In the end, she got to a safe zone in a side tunnel that connected to the main cavern. From there, she could watch the show and escape if needed. Oh, they were making a move. Rita watched as the light barrier around the building began to dim under the barrage of attacks. It only took the attackers 10 more minutes before it exploded outwards. Advance, halt. Marcos was about to order the men to enter when all of a sudden, Antony slowly walked from the inside, followed by 20 men. Were they planning on surrendering or putting on a last fight? If it was the latter, it would have been very stupid. On the ground, Alfred commanded, but Antony ignored him as he looked at Marcos. Brother, can you grant me one last wish? Anthony said in a sorrowful tone as he looked serious. We will talk about this later. Marcos frowned. You are not dead yet. I am not, but you are, Anthony said, throwing something. Please die. Before Marcos could make out what it was, he felt something grab him from behind and pull him. It was Anne who activated her defensive artifact just in time. A loud explosion shook the tunnels, creating an air wave that sent even Rita, who was far away, flying amid bolts of lightning that began to whiz around the tunnel's iron veins, slowly dissipating. The next thing she felt was her back hitting the hard ground as she fell. Her ears were ringing and her legs were wobbly, so it took her a moment to reorient herself. Before she could spring to her feet, everything began shaking. Tunnels were collapsing. She knew that she had to move away, as seconds later, rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Sadly, by that time it was too late to do anything, as black iron dust filled everywhere and she could not see anything but crawl to the side as she activated a protection talisman. She could feel the walls near her starting to crack as the ground shook. Was she going to be trapped under the rubble? Use the cauldron. Escape inside of it. Victor, who sounded distressed, told her just at the right time. She quickly took the cauldron from the storage space and jumped inside of it, just before the tunnel caved in. Ellipsis. The bottom chamber where Victor and the rest of the heirs were waiting, shook a little after the explosion. They could hear it from afar. What happened? Someone asked. A battle, another wondered. Thankfully this place is far enough from the explosion that nothing here happens. That's what Victor thought of, instructing Rita to quickly enter the cauldron. Then it happened. Boom. The sound of an explosion at the small tunnel that acted as the entrance of the hall. It shook the entire hall and forced all the heirs to the ground as a cloud of dust poured in and filled the chamber. Activate your protection talismans. Victor heard Mike yelling moments later. Activate your protection talismans. Bill, who unfortunately seemed to be fine, yelled right after, probably not liking it as Mike acted as a boss. Moments later, the chamber shook again and everyone could hear the sounds of collapsing walls. Was this the end? Victor silently cursed as grabbed both Ku and the shocked Zoe, hugging them as he activated his protection talisman. His space-shifting skill was still in cooldown, he couldn't really use it, and his only option now was to count on his defense. Then nothing happened. The dust slowly cleared as the heirs stood up and began to look around. What just happened? Mike, who was protected by Alice's SSS defense artifact, and was completely safe, asked after making sure that Victor was safe. A bomb? Someone asked. Gunpowder doesn't work here. Another corrected him. Then what? I don't know, but our exit is closed, Mike said solemnly, looking at the entrance where a huge iron boulder fell in the midst of tons of rubble, obstructing it. They were trapped inside, without knowledge of how much of the tunnel outside had collapsed. This might be on purpose, Victor, who carefully inspected the boulder, pondered. Someone planned to trap them here, and it was not the second branch. He could tell as this boulder had slight hidden signs of being dug before in the fact that it was 10% made of sacred iron. And although gunpowder didn't work here, many kinds of magical bombs did. Those bombs, despite being both very rare and expensive, were not very popular, as they are easily discoverable with mana-sensing artifacts, and a good protection talisman could easily block their effect if the user was not in the epicenter. They would not get popular until much later when giant monsters started appearing. Nowadays those things were not something a branch family could buy though. Victor wondered, why would someone waste this perfect chance? That bomb that had its mana camouflaged by all the sacred iron on the walls, could have easily killed half of them if it were placed on the top of the chamber. Did someone want them to be trapped here? He frowned, ignoring Zoe who was fighting hard to get out of his embrace. Pushing him away with no avail. He was stronger than her. Let go, she said, blushing a little as she bit her lip. His hands around her waist felt a little hot. Ah, sorry, are you two okay? He asked after a few more minutes. Thanks, I am fine, Zoe spat as she stepped back. She was very thankful that Victor quickly grabbed her, but this made her feel very embarrassed. Why was she feeling that? He was her cousin. He was her frickin' cousin. Ku on the other hand, clung to him like a monkey while looking around fearfully. It was as if she was trying to shield him with her body. What a cute girl. He couldn't wait to take her in another round. She was a fast learner. What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed as the dust settled, making Victor and everyone else look behind them, At the far corner of the cave where the entire wall collapsed, revealing a lake of lava that cast a dim red light into the cave, a lava chamber. That was not what everyone was looking at through. Their eyes were looking up, at the golden shimmering ethereal gate that hovered silently in midair on top of the lava lake. Pulsating a little, it swayed to the sides like a leaf on a branch. "I saw it first," some idiot called Bruno said. "The points are mine." Everyone ignored him. They had other things to worry about. Chapter 394, Local Delicacies. It took 15 minutes for all the dust to settle and the shaking to calm down after the explosion. After making sure that they were still alive, everyone opened their eyes and began to look around, realizing who saved their sorry lives. It was Anne, who stood in the center of the tunnel while raising her finger to the ceiling where a myriad of falling boulders were suspended by a black thread that shimmered in black light. Thankfully only 1 or 2 layers of rocks collapsed. The ones that withstood the direct shock. The tunnel walls behind seemed fine for the most part. This was to be expected though, as the mine on Blackrock Island was very stable. While digging, it only needed to be supported once or twice and in some places. That didn't stop the family from reinforcing it throughout the years though. Magic seemed to cause very low damage to the walls. That's why it took the family ages and ages to do everything manually here. That was also why magical bombs had minimal effect. "Hurry, check for dangers, clear those boulders, then go check on the wounded," Anne scolded, making the shocked family members quickly hurry to work. "How long can you hold those?" Marcos, who was saved by his wife, asked nervously as he looked at the collapsed debris she was holding. "If those fell on them, it would be very troublesome. If you have the power to ask, get working," she scolded as the men hurried to get the loose boulders down one by one, making sure to check for damage behind them and put support if needed. "Are there any casualties?" Anne asked as the dust became thin enough to clearly observe the situation. "None from our side, the other side's situation remains to be seen," Alfred, who acted fast, reported. "They are under the rubble." "Good," Anne said. Thankfully, she was fast enough to activate her protection artifact and cover all the men, otherwise most of them would have been dead. All the elders seemed safe as they had their own protection artifacts. The guards on the other hand, varied. The few who were closest to the explosion, or to the sides far from Anne's protection, were the ones who suffered the most. "Olaf," Marco suddenly called as he spotted Olaf, who when the explosion happened, moved in front of the patriarch to shield him as Anne grabbed him from the back. He took most of the explosion's shock with his body, and despite having an S-ranked armor and an SS-ranked protection talisman that was gifted to him by Anne ages ago, he was thrown away. "I am fine, I seem to still have some years to live," Olaf said as he coughed some blood then tried to stand up. He fell. His leg seemed to have been broken when he hit the tunnel wall earlier, it was bent at a strange angle. "Medic, quickly help Olaf," Marcos ordered as he gave Olaf one of his emergency healing pills. Olaf was really one of the best and most trustworthy guys here. Only if all the men were like him. Anne nodded, she was thinking the same as she looked at the men who worked very fast. "How are the tunnels?" she asked as the last of the debris that she was holding was moved by the men, allowing her to deactivate her skill and sigh in relief. Some of the side ones seemed to have collapsed, but the main tunnel that had backup supports survived. One guard reported, "We should be able to clear everything in a week or so." "Good," Anne said. "Check on that bastard Antony and his men. If any of them are still alive, grab them. We need to ask them where they got the Blue Thunder bomb," she said. Those bombs were very rare. She had only seen them used once before about 59 years ago by an old woman from the von Richter family. "Also excavate that building and get me the artifact they were using," she said, pointing to the second branch's base, which had now turned into rubble. "I need to deactivate all the golems, and I need to know why they didn't summon them back." "I understand," Marco said after making sure the medic began tending to Olaf. "Alfred, send men to check on the state of the entire main tunnel, all the villages, and the kids down in the tunnels. Tell them to return, their mission is over," Anne said as she began dusting her armor and checking its damaged parts. "And be careful, we don't know if there were more traps." Ellipsis. "Is that the gate the patriarch told us about?" someone asked, as the heirs all looked up. "Probably," some guy replied. "Will it explode?" one heir asked fearfully, making the heirs quickly step away from it after remembering what Anne said. "I don't know," his friend replied. "I don't like this, don't be a jinx. Let's step away from it, remember what the patriarch told us," Mike suddenly said. No one replied. On the contrary, the ones who were previously retreating quickly stopped doing that. As elite heirs, they had their pride, and they didn't want to be associated with one side by obeying Mike. The gate suddenly grew larger, doubling its size. The heirs quickly forgot about their stupid pride and hurried back. The gate grew smaller again, making them sigh in relief. Why is it pulsing like that? One annoyed heir asked as he made sure to step back. I think it is just horny, Victor replied. Wanting someone to in. Ouch. Alice stepped on his foot, shutting him up. Do dungeons do that? Zoe asked too. Deciding to ignore Victor for now, he seemed to have turned on his pervert mode, which she didn't like. No, Mike answered softly. Not as far as I know. It is mine. I saw it first. Bruno repeated. Quote. It is definitely an S-ranked dungeon. Bill stated, trying to act smart. No, it's probably higher, at least SSS, Alice was the one who replied. She had seen S and SS ranked dungeons before, and their gates were different from this one. You think you are smart? Bruno scolded. No one commented. Most didn't like Alice, but as a disciple of the heavenly sect, the girl knew a few things, and yes, she was smart, smarter than Bruno at the very least. Shall we send a team to explore it? Someone asked. I think Brother Mike will be a good candidate, one of Bill's lackeys said. No one is going anywhere, the family already told us that if we found the gate, not to get near it. Bill scolded, acting all important again. We don't want anything bad to happen to Cousin Mike, he added. Quote. Mike just snorted. He was pondering if he could push Bill inside without anyone noticing. He was not the only one with such thoughts, as the heirs of each faction and branch held similar thoughts toward all the others. But it is mine, Bruno scolded. No one cared anymore. No matter what, we can't stay here. If this gate were to explode like it did 20 years ago, we would all be dragged away. Alice, who seemed to be the only sane one, said. I advise everyone to stay near the walls. We should find a way to clear the rubble at the entrance before anything. She added as she walked toward the blocked entrance, and began inspecting the boulder. Ignoring the gate, a few others hurried to help her. They all agreed that they should leave this place first. Yes, they should secure the exit first and then wait for the elders to come and distribute the points. They should already be on their way, right? This boulder is strange, Alice said, after trying to move it a few times. It seemed to be resisting her magic. Let's focus on moving rubble away from the entrance first, this should be our priority. Alice said as many heirs quickly started working. Others didn't, they just stood and watched. This group included Bill, Bruno, and Victor, who despite Zoe shooting him some glasses to come and help, held his ground while hugging Ku. He simply didn't care about the drama around him, as his eyes focused on the gate. He knew what it was without using his appraisal skill, as he had seen similar gates in the past, and it was not a dungeon gate. Dungeon gates were restricted by the world's rules, so they were two-dimensional. Simply, they look like a circle that does not have a thickness. This gate on the other hand was not. It was spherical, so it was a 3. No, wait, it was pulsing, it was swaying, getting subtly larger then smaller as if it was breathing. That effect couldn't be explained in 3 dimensions, but across a 4th one, this was a possible movement. This gate was a 4-dimensional hypersphere in a 3-dimensional world, and only one thing had those properties, a portal to another world. Anchored portal, SS. Destination world, ISMERALIA. Condition, living matter. His appraisal confirmed his guess. The gate suddenly grew larger again, making the few brave and idiotic heirs who came close to inspect it step back again. He was right, what he was looking at now was only a part of it, and it must be a lot larger than what it appeared to be. The rest of it was just in a higher dimension, entering this one and retreating every once in a while. Victor, who let Ku stand in front of him as a cover as he sneaked to take a closer look, didn't retreat. On the contrary, he stepped closer to the hole in the wall and began to look around. He had never heard of an anchored world gate before, but he did hear of an anchored dungeon gate, the one generally known as a moving dungeon that changed location with time. It was ages later that it was discovered that this phenomenon happens when the gate gets its coordinates from a physical object for some reason or another. This causes the gate to be attached to that object as it was anchored to it, moving with it when it moves. If Victor's guess was right, this portal that was swaying slowly as if it was a boat in a lake, must be anchored to a part of the magma below, or an object floating on the magma. That would also explain why the portal violently exploded and then disappeared years ago when they tried to clear the magma and build a vault around it. It caused a violent disturbance, causing the gate to move in some strange angle and expand in 3 dimensions. Victor squinted his eyes. He watched as the portal moved, Keeping his eyes down, analyzing every part of the huge magma lake below, he was searching for the anchor point. Stabilizing it was the best way to stop this portal from moving. It was not that he feared this trap, as he could easily escape this chamber by shifting through the walls, and even if he ended up going to another world, he had a way to get back. He was worried about two things. The first was exposing his skills, and the second was his siblings and the other heirs going there. This would damage the family greatly and make whoever planned this proceed with his scheme. Victor couldn't just let anything like that happen. The gate kept breathing in and out like a living being, swinging to the sides, every now and then as Victor watched. So, after 10 minutes of squinting and hot red glowing magma, he managed to find absolutely nothing. Shit, he silently cursed. There must be some temporal delay between the anchor point and the portal. They were not moving in sync. Attack, someone suddenly said, startling Victor, who quickly looked back and watched as a few heirs attacked the boulder with their strongest attacks after clearing the rubble around it. Boom, boom, boom. The chamber shook and dust flew around. Victor cursed and stepped away. The portal began to grow a little larger, pulsing at a higher frequency as the attack's shockwaves reached the magma. Stop. Mike quickly stopped them, looking at the boulder that only suffered minuscule damage, then at the portal that began swaying violently. Shit, Bill cursed as he noticed the abnormality. Stop, he repeated. Let's wait for the Elder for now. Apparently our attacks are causing the gate to activate, he said, acting all wise as he looked at the gate. Their attack only left a small scratch on it. It was clear that this was not the way to remove it. He is right, let's stay away from the gate, and wait, Alice said. Hopefully the elders will have a way to remove this boulder smoothly, she said. She was sure that she had the power to push that boulder away if she used her draconian surge a few times, but it would cause too much damage to the chamber, so she decided to leave it as a last resort. Victor nodded, then returned to observe the portal. When it swayed violent moments ago, he managed to see something. Searching for it, he lost it. Shit, all those melted rocks and minerals that are floating on the surface are obstructing his vision. Did he need to try his luck again and make it move? No, wait, the portal was connected to its anchored point by fate. Could his fate eyes work? Victor quickly activated his fate eyes. This was the first time he tried them on something that was not a living thing. Slowly, out of the gate, many thin lines of possibility extended, reaching for each of the heirs. And a thick line went down, into a certain point in the magma. Gotcha. Squinting his eyes, he finally saw it, a small black pebble that floated on top of the magma. Sacred black gold ore. It had to be something this precious. Sacred black gold was the material from which the strongest weapon artifacts were made. This small petal would cause a massacre in the future if it appeared on some auction floor. Shit, this pebble was circular in shape. It was impossible to stabilize it without moving it. Victor frowned. Shall he take it? No, if he tried to move it, the portal would move with it, and the direction was uncertain. This might cause an explosion. Then what to do? Could he take it inside his storage? Impossible. The portal is a 4-dimensional object, and being anchored to the pebble would stop it from entering a confined 3-dimensional space. This was something he knew better than anyone, as he had to study world portals for years before he could time travel. How about the cauldron? No, it was also a confined space, as the demon used it as a bastion. And it was buried under the rubble at the moment. Rita, who had been trying for the last 15 minutes, could not get out to get it. He could try to use his inner storage space and force this with his authority, but there was a 99% chance of him exploding if anything went wrong, and a 100% that the gate would be stuck to him if he succeeded, so this was not an option. Victor pondered how to get rid of this trouble. He was sure that whoever planned this trap didn't just leave them with the portal for a random chance for it to grab them. He must have been planning something else, and they were only a part of a bigger plot. To stop that scheme, the best way was to get rid of the gate, and to get rid of the gate, he must get rid of that nasty pebble without making it move. This was a dilemma. Did he have any good skills for that? Space shifting. This was a good method, but too bad it was still in cooldown after he used it to extract Rita from the Von Sway base. Teleport. No, it was only at F rank. He could only use it on himself and for a small distance. Isolation. He was not sure what this would do, but if the anchoring was positional, it would be useless. Spanking. Absolutely not. The pebble was just too young, small for such a thing. Then what? Victor smiled. He got an idea, and from it, he formulated a plan. That's it. The only problem was that this involved him entering the portal, There was no other way for it to work. After that, he only had to wait for less than a month and use his space shifting to return. That's only if that world was habitable and not some fiery hell or a shithole. Looking at the appraisal, Victor noticed the other world's name. Summery. Victor frowned. Where did he hear about this before? He slowly activated his eidetic memory skill and slowly began to remember. He knew a few things about that world. He heard about it right when he joined the Imperial Library. Summery was a fantastic land that was ruled by humanoids and had several kingdoms and a long history. At that time, they said that it had fallen to the demons some 50 years ago or so, like many other lands. Apparently the Imperial wanted to retrieve something from there and they sent a team for that mission. Victor knew about this stuff as they were recruiting science for the mission. That's the last he heard about that, as neither he nor the ostracized Julian were privy to most of the secret military stuff. Not before they were a done deal anyway. A few years after that he remembered hearing rumors about a lord being very pleased and rewarding the Imperial family handsomely. Still, too many unknowns. Thankfully, he knew who to ask. His smart-ass wife. Making sure no one was looking at him, he relaxed a bit, closed his eyes, and quickly called to Lily using his dragon marriage connection. Lily. What? She asked. You are free? He asked. Yeah, just traveling, Lily replied directly. Did you finish cuckolding me? He asked. A certain girl had been telling him a few things. Quote. Who knows, at the moment I am being hugged by this handsome, muscular dude from the back, she said. Telling the truth. Jealous. Yup, he nodded. Just make sure he grabs hard not to fall. I still need him to be a witness when your family starts causing trouble. He said. Don't worry, I will make sure he will still be able to talk by the time I finish with him, she said. So, do you need anything? Lily asked. What do you know about Summery? He asked directly. That girl knew many things that he had no access to in his previous life. Lily took a few seconds to reply as if she was recalling. Where did you hear of that? She asked. I am now standing in front of a portal to Summery in the family's mine, the one at Blackrock Island. Some crazy dude trapped me here with the rest of the heirs, and it seems like they are planning to send us there. What? Lily asked in a worried tone. You heard me, and you are not resisting, she asked. I am considering my options. What can you tell me about it? Let me remember. Summery, a fallen world. It was ruled by humans and elves with a few other races before it was invaded by demons. The war lasted more than 100 years until the demons finally managed to enter the capital Ishmar and use the X-ranked artifact stored there to secure a victory, Lily narrated as if reading from a book in her memory. Like some kind of capture the flag game? I am not sure, but something like that. I remember your family sending an expedition there. What did they want? Victor asked. The X-ranked artifact. Quote. Yes, Lily hesitated. I don't know what's its purpose though, but the one who needed it was the Fate sect. They requested it from my father, who happily obliged without asking questions as he needed a favor from them. This artifact might have something to do with fate? Victor asked. He was tempted. X-ranked fate artifact. Not sure. Your family got it? Victor frowned. Apparently, but I didn't see it as the delivery happened outside this world. The casualties were very high. About 79% died and those who managed to return had their memory wiped out by the Lord who got it. She said. Probably, the Fate Lord. I see. Are you planning to go there? Probably I would have too. This gate is probably a one-way trip through, he said. Those who left before didn't return after all. What do you think? He asked. He already made up his mind, but he wanted to hear Lily's opinion. Quote. Go, the war there must have already started, but the demons are still very weak, she hesitated again. You can always use your space shifting to come back. You will need about 7 anchor points, and you probably have more than that, she said. There was a little jealousy in her voice. You are the only anchor point I need. He lied. She was right. Every connection he had with his wives and blood slaves could be considered a coordinate point in space. And he needed at least 7 to travel from one world to another without a gate. Yeah, like I would believe you, she casually said. But you know what going there would mean, she said. That we will miss the chance to meet each other again until a year later or so, he said. Yes, I doubt you will be back in a month or two, and by that time my family will definitely get me and Julian back. She said. That's why she had many things to do. Don't worry, when I return, I will make sure to aim for your location, he said. That's what she wanted him to say. You better do, she said. Our connection would be very weak when you leave, so make sure to tell the girls what to do before. I am not sure if your skill would work across worlds, she said. Good point, Victor said. Then, see you. Oh, and make sure not to try any of the local delicacies there, your stomach might not be able to handle them, Lily suddenly interrupted. Ah, that is for my stomach to decide, Victor said, then cut the connection. There was no need for goodbyes between them, as Lily, unlike the rest of the girls, had a way to connect to him no matter what. Finishing with the conversation, Victor sighed. To tell the truth, after hearing Lily, he affirmed his decision to go. Unlike this world, the other world featured a myriad of treasures and opportunities to level up as that world already awakened. If Lily's calculations were correct, Ismelia was now in a state of war with the demons, which meant a chance to get tons of experience points. Such a chance was enough to make him one of the strongest in the world before the reckoning. For now, he just had to wait for the scheme around him to proceed as he gave his girls some orders in case he couldn't connect to them from the other world. He couldn't leave anything to chance as he must return to this world by the time of the tournament. This was pivotal for his plan. He also had to tell Tom that the system was upgrading or something. He sighed again and looked at the portal. Don't ever think of going inside that dungeon. Alice, who seemed to have finished trying to break the boulder, noticed her brother's greedy eyes and suddenly said. He didn't notice when she walked beside him. Ah, I am not an idiot, he said, pouting like a kid. And I have a harem to return to, he added. Alice nodded and sighed in relief. True, Victor would never leave his harem to go on a dangerous adventure. She was wrong, he was always ready to go collect more harem. Zoe, Victor suddenly called his cousin who was nervously looking at the gate. What? She asked, seemingly still a little angry with him. I was thinking, once we leave here, I want you to take Ku with you, he said. Began preparing for his departure. What? Why? Both Zoe and Ku, who had tears in her eyes, asked. Ku is too weak, and having lived her entire life here, she is totally unfamiliar with life in modern society. You as a female would be able to help educate her. He said. He didn't just want Zoe to take care of Ku after he left, he was secretly making an experiment, whether leaving Ku with Zoe might make her a true scion. It will only be for 2 weeks, then I will get my Ku back, he said, making the poor girl sigh in relief. So he was not abandoning her. Don't you have enough wives to teach her? Zoe asked. How about your sister? No, those girls had turned feral after marrying me. I don't want her to get into any of their bad habits, but stay nice and pure like you are, he said, boiling 2 girls in one sentence. And Alice is not an option too, he added, throwing Alice an apologetic look. She didn't mind, and I think she would be safest beside you, he finally told the truth. I don't believe you, Zoe spat, looking away. She was getting immune to his scams. The cooking method needed to be adjusted, but it was not the time for that. Fine, we will talk about this later, Victor sighed and said. This conversation was already over. Once he left, Zoe, who had a heart of gold, would surely take Ku in. The only thing he needed to consider was how to implement his plan while making it an accident. Ellipsis. Why are you absent-minded? Julian, who was hugging Lily from the back as they traveled on a motorcycle on a highway, asked. Just something, hold on tight, we will reach the next town in an hour or so, we can rest then, she said, frowning. Can we try the local delicacies there too? This place is just very exotic, he said casually, thinking about the beef stew they had in the last village. Why are you slowing down? He asked as he noticed that Lily slowed the motorcycle to a halt in the middle of nowhere. You want local delicacies? Huh, I swear, the 2 of you should have been the ones who were married, she said angrily as she stepped down and took a baseball bat out of her storage ring. I don't understand. What? Why? Ah, stop. Ah, Julian wailed in pain. What did he do now? Don't worry, I will make sure you will perfectly understand what you did when you meet that guy in the afterlife. I will make sure to send him there after you. An angry Lily said, venting her anger. That was the last thing Julian heard before he crossed to the afterlife. His evil sister would not leave him there to rest for long though. Chapter 395, The Portal. So, are you finally horny enough to use this communication skill in its intended way? Margaret asked as soon as Victor contacted her. She was wearing her crimson bathrobe and relaxing in front of her computer. She had just finished her morning shower and was in the mood for some stock trading. This was the lifestyle she always wished for. Ah, I have not considered that yet, Victor seemed tempted. Sadly, it is not the right time, he sighed. Oh, Do you have a girl on your side? She immediately asked. That was the only reason Victor would not say yes immediately to any perverted act. Ah, maybe, he answered. He clearly had more than one. Oh, a new one? Margaret asked. Is there any other kind? He replied with a frown. Good point, Margaret replied, feeling a little defeated. If she corrected him she would be calling herself old. So, if not for having phone sex, where are you contacting this lonely housewife who was left alone to rot by her husband who went away to expand his collection? She asked. That was a mouthful. I am going on a trip. He wanted to add that it was also to expand his collection, but she interrupted him. You are leaving, where? For how long? Margaret snapped immediately. This was not the right time for Victor to be absent. Look, I don't have much of a choice here. It is to another world, he didn't elaborate. Choosing not to tell Margaret about the scheme in the family yet. What? Margaret asked in surprise. It is called Summery, a fantasy world of some sort, but don't worry. I plan to return in a month or two. I will be leaving the girls in your care, he said. It took Margaret a few seconds to fully comprehend what he just said. You are not kidding, she asked, just to make sure. Nope, I just contracted Lily to confirm some things, and this is the best course of action I can take in the current situation. Victor sounded serious. The family might presume me dead though, so I wanted to remind you to act a little sad and tell the girls to do the same or my parents might really begin to hate you. I know, will we be able to contact you? She asked with a frown as she looked at the tightly packed scheme schedule on her computer screen. She would need to change a few of her plans involving Victor. Super troublesome, I don't know yet, but we will act on the presumption that it would not be possible, he said. Just be prepared to implement any of the backup plans. I have a feeling that the Dark Chamber would use this chance to replace me. I would have done it that way if I were them, so make sure to warn all the girls. He explained. I believe the fake one will act as if he had just experienced something horrific, and fake an amnesia. Don't worry, I know what to do, she said as she stopped modifying the spreadsheet. Fake Victor was a victor too, she could use him. Shall we proceed with the current plans? She asked. I don't see a problem with that. Just be careful. Did you meet with the other side yet? No, it will be in 3 days. I need to give Abe some time to read all the files on the phone, she said. Good, make sure to keep Lynn nearby at all times, and to inform Elise of any updates, he said. I don't want to come back and have to rescue some kidnapped wives. Don't worry, the only one to be kidnapped will be Abe, she said. Perfect. Remember to just make them remove us from their suspicion list and to only try to find out their identity. I don't like it when I am in the limelight and my enemies are in the shadows. We need to flip the situation around. I know, Margaret nodded. In fact, your absence will close one of our loopholes, she said, readjusting one of her schemes. Oh, about my relationship with Crimson Pearl? He asked. Yes, don't worry, I will tie up everything neatly on my end, she nodded. Would the family trouble us after you are gone? She suddenly asked. Some might try. There was a failed coup attempt lately, and after this, Titus might get released as a favor to stabilize his grandfather. You have Mike's and Alice's numbers, just call them if that guy shows up, he said in a worried tone. He was not sure about the situation of the family. Oh, and if Lily doesn't contact you, don't worry about her. I never do. Just tell Hilda and my mother that she went on a mission somewhere if they asked. Fine, is there anything else? Margaret asked. She didn't like Lily much and she knew that Lily didn't like her. That would never stop them from working together though. They did wonders in bed when they cooperated, forcing poor little Victor to work extra hard. Yes, just call Alpha and the girls and inform them about my trip, tell them to be careful too, Victor replied. I understand, Margaret said. One last thing, when you finish will you return here straight away? She asked. Probably not, he said with a sigh. I will contact you though. Oh, good, Margaret didn't need more. How about we try something before you go, she suddenly said in a seductive voice. Well, he paused all of a sudden. Something happened. I will contact you again before I go through the gate, he said in a hurry and disconnected. Take care then, she said to herself, pouting a little as she relaxed on her chair and gazed at the ceiling. She was wondering how she was going to spend the next few months without Victor. Although she refused to admit it, she had become a little addicted. She needed to get a bigger toy, it seemed. No, she needed to order a custom-made one, carved out of obsidian. Ellipsis. Mistress, we found this under the rubble in a side tunnel. we think it was the artifact they were using to summon the golems. One agent said as they presented Anne's golden cauldron. Did you try to activate it? Anne, who was relaxing on a comfy sofa and observing the work around her in the tunnel while drinking a cocktail, asked glancing at the cauldron. There was no response. Our appraiser swears it is an artifact, but he says his rank is too low to see anything else. Oh, interesting, Anne said. Dust it for fingerprints and DNA samples, then send it to the vault. I will have a look at it later. She said. She had more important things to take care of. And this vault would be a perfect trap. Did you find Antony's corpse? She asked. No, we believe he escaped somehow, as there was a broken part in our array that we presumed it was due to the shock earlier, the agent answered nervously. For the last 5 hours that was the only explanation they could find. Oh, find the party responsible for that part and question them, she said. Just a man came running. It was Alfred who frowned looking at the cauldron then looked back at Anne. Is there news? She asked. She was making him do the sensitive task instead of the injured Olaf, and although he was technically a supreme elder, he didn't complain like the other snobby bastards. There are a lot of golems at the left mine, they seem to be randomly patrolling the old chamber. Alfred quickly reported. The villages are all safe, as well as the miners who were locked in them. The kids might be in trouble though, he added. What? Anne sat right up. The men I sent there reported that the tunnel they were in was one of the few who collapsed, he nervously explained. Continue. Communications are not possible due to the nature of the minerals there, but the kids are alive, all of them. We checked their life jades, we believe that they are trapped in that chamber. Alfred said. I already sent the digging team but they are working very slowly clearing the rubble, but there seems to be a huge boulder that is blocking the tunnel. It is very strange as nothing is working against it, he reported, looking at one paper in his hand. Did they take a sample? She asked, relaxing a bit. We still need a thorough investigation, so we sent it to the surface, but the preliminary chemical analysis reported a 19.4% unknown material, the same one found in the mine in minute quantities, he said. Oh, Anne frowned. Well, as long as the kids are fine, I guess we will have to wait. Hopefully, they will act responsibly and not make any. She didn't continue as an agent came running. What? Alfred asked. Master, 30 minutes ago. The life jade of elite heir Jaden von Weiss cracked. He is presumed dead, the agent who came running from the communication office at the entrance said as he caught his breath. What? Anne frowned. She stood up and grabbed the report, taking a look at it. I thought you said the kids were fine. She glared at Alfred. Ah, the chamber they were in is too close to the volcano's magma chamber, he suddenly remembered. Could it be? He didn't continue as Anne suddenly stood up. Let's go, she said. It was not the time to lose the elite heirs now, as she was the one who chose that chamber and if anything bad happened to them, the family and the elders would definitely turn against her. Ah, where are you going? Marcos, who was supervising the excavation by himself, asked as he noticed Anne leaving. To have a look at the kids. She said in a hurry. The golems are still loose down there, it is very dangerous. Marcos said. He sounded worried. What if Anoni still has some cards left? The golems are in the other direction, and I don't mind killing any idiot who appears before me. Anne said. Although she might not look like it, she was an experienced player who conquered a lot of dungeons. Then let me quickly assemble a team and accompany you, Marcos quickly said. Just in case. Suit yourself, but you better hurry, she said. Make sure to send any information about the kids directly to me. She told Alfred as she hurried down the tunnel. Ellipsis. Was it poison after all? Zoe asked nervously, looking at the young man who fell on the ground with black smoke going out of his mouth an hour earlier. Instinctively, she hurried to Victor's side as the few eldest heirs hurried to check on the corpse that began to turn black very quickly. At first, everyone thought that the guy who seemed a little sick for the last hour had a heart attack or something, but a few minutes later 2 other heirs, the dead guy's friends who touched him when he fell, began to show the same symptoms as he did earlier. Everyone began to panic, especially as fingertips and lips were turning black, a sign of poisoning. This made Mike quickly give them antidote pills and then order all the low-level players to stay away from them and the corpse. Yes, let's be careful and not go near anyone, Victor said, grabbing Zoe and Ku to his side as he appraised everyone in the room, searching their abnormal status of whether they were positioned. He quickly found 4, 5, 10, damn, more than half of the heirs here were poisoned. Winged seraph poison, S. Odorless, tasteless. Effect starts after 30 to 7 hours, depending on the target state of mind. Can be transferred by touch during the first 24 hours. Victor frowned, and searched again, searching for anyone with positioning skill. It was pointless. Half of the heirs here had poisoning skills. How about poisoning artifacts? None. Victor frowned, then faced Mike. Brother, I think everyone here should take an antidote pill. What if this poison is airborne? He said. What if it came from the gate? He added. This was impossible though, the gate only transferred living matter. Many nodded. What Victor said made sense. I don't have a lot of those, Mike said with a frown. Only S-rank pills seem to work. He sighed as the few who had pills like that quickly took them. I have some, Victor said. Did you forget my class? He proudly added, taking a bunch of pills. I will take 10,000 coins for each. I am a merchant, you see. This pill not only cures 99% of all S-rank poisons, but it also provides protection for the next 10 hours. He added before anyone could thank him, causing many to frown. This bastard never cared about them, he just wanted to sell pills. Cousin, not many have that money, Bill, who was acting righteously, said. He was telling the truth. That much money was about half his fortune, and he was one of the rich ones. My brother can give you a loan. You just have to leave something with him as a guarantee, maybe a promise for some favor. Victor quickly replied with a smile as he took 2 pills and casually put them in Ku and Zoe's mouths. On the house, he said with a dashing smile. Zoe, who was poisoned too, blushed and looked away as the pill dissolved in her mouth. If only he was not a pervert. What was she thinking? He was her cousin. Bill, who watched how Victor casually dismissed him and then began flirting with the girls, frowned. He never liked this brat. If Mike really helped those heirs, he might be able to focus them to support him later. Cousin, I think. Before he could say a thing, the entire tunnel shook, causing the gate to expand a little as the heirs retreated toward the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was banging on the boulder from the other side, trying to break it with some skill. This was the 3rd time they tried. And they were clearly getting impatient as the attacks were getting stronger. Shit, if this goes any longer, the gate might really swallow us before they reach us. A guy said nervously as the gate began to say again. Stop. Someone tried to call for them, but the sound was not reaching. They have already tried communicating before in various ways, from shouting to tapping on the walls, but nothing worked, nothing unless they tapped the walls hard enough to shake the entire tunnel, and that was not an option. Victor frowned. He needed to do something, or the portal was really going to swallow everyone here. He quickly let go of the girls and hurried to Mike's side. Brother, give those to our cousins. We need to get their IOU before the gate swallows them. He said in a hurry, causing not only Mike but everyone else to silently curse at him. Looking at the gate though, they all hurried to get a pill though. If the gate was really the origin of this poison, this would be troublesome. As the heirs hurried, Victor casually inspected them, marking those who had their own pills. Only 5 left, one of them was probably the culprit. Boom, boom, boom. The noise from outside intensified again, making the tunnel shake and the portal sway. The heirs quickly stuck themselves to the walls again as the portal grew larger then smaller. This time it was a little larger than before. Victor frowned. The pebble that anchored the portal was at the moment stuck at a small island of solidified rock on the face of the magma, but it would not take long for it to be dislodged if the attacks outside. This might appear dangerous, but the last movement of the gate gave Victor an idea about the portal's relation to the pebble's axis of rotation. Thinking for a moment, he decided to try something. He was going to try this at the last part of his plan, but he didn't mind doing it a little earlier. It was just a little risky. Activating his disguise skill, he took out his trusty ethereal fishing pole from his storage space. He aimed at the magma and threw it. The pole's ethereal line flew directly, not hedging down, but up as Victor tried to make it past the walls of the cave. Bang! The line was cut. Victor frowned. The wall of this cave seems to contain too much sacred iron that absorbed the man of the ethereal line when it went through it. He needed a physical attaching point, so he quickly looked around and found some protruding rocks, remnants of the collapse earlier. He quickly formed a line again using his energy and threw it. Making sure not to go inside the walls, he made go just around the rocks, barely touching them. Then he made it move to the pedal, going around it without touching the magma, and then he made it go up again to another rock. Slowly he began to form a web around the pebble to support it. He had just to make sure not to make it move in an unwanted direction. Bang, bang, bang. The shaking started again. This time though the line successfully supported the pebble, making Victor sigh in relief. Bang, damn, Victor cursed. Out of nowhere, a bubble in the magma burst, causing some splashes of hot sacred iron to touch the line. It was severed again, causing a backlash in him that sent him backward into Ku's embrace. He couldn't help but cough up some blood. "Are you okay, young master?" Ku asked nervously as she wiped his mouth with her sleeve. "I am fine," he said. "This is definitely that poison. Thankfully I took the pills before," he added, making the few who were still hesitating hurry to take some pills from Mike. Ku nodded worriedly. Victor just patted her head, then looked at the pebble. This was tricky, it seemed like he couldn't delay his plan any longer. Damn it, he really wanted to know the full scheme before leaving. He sighed again and prepared this pole. Bang. Suddenly a different sizzling sound could be heard from behind. Looking back, Victor noticed as the impregnable boulder turned green then black before it slowly melted, releasing a ton of some very nasty fumes. The chamber was full of black smoke, but no one cared, as they realized that help had come. It only took it 5 minutes to completely be gone. From behind, Anne von Weiss slowly entered the chamber with her high heels, followed by a group of guards and a few worried elders, including Alfred, who sighed in relief when he noticed Victor. "I saw it first." A large man jumped right up in front of her, causing her to kick him to the side before she made sure it was one of the heirs. It was his fault for jumping out like that. "So what, Anne?" as she made sure he was still alive. "This guy was as durable as a steel dildo." That, Bruno, who seemed to have lost a few teeth, said without caring, probably expecting a reward. He pointed backward, making Anne follow the direction of his finger with her eyes. Through the smoke, the first thing she saw was the hole in the wall. The magma lake. Then she saw it. The portal. "Shit, everyone out, now," she said as she turned around. Then something flashed and Anne, who was not prepared, seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and she was thrown away, nearly falling into the magma lake if she did not make a backflip and support herself in time. As she fell on her knee, she inserted her adamantium-made high heels into the ground, supporting herself a few feet away from the cliff behind her. Disregarding her torn dress, she stood up and looked at the entrance where a new light barrier was erected, shimmering with intense energy. Behind it, a man stood straight with a victorious smile on his face. "It was you," Anne, who was shocked and furiously shouted. It didn't take much IQ to put things together. The man was none other than her pushover husband, the patriarch, Marcos von Weiss. Chapter 396, The Truth. "Big sister," Margaret called. Theta said as soon as Alpha entered the hotel suite's living room, where she and Ruby were relaxing and having some tea after a successful shopping trip. They planned to meet Mona's friends the next day, so they needed to dress up. Alpha, on the other hand, returned late last night and went directly to sleep. She was clearly super drunk, so the girls didn't disturb her. "Did she need anything?" Alpha said as she threw herself onto one couch. She was clearly still distressed after going out yesterday. She even had a few marks of getting beaten up by a cane, but the girls chose not to comment. "Yes, she wanted to tell us that Victor will be going somewhere. He will be gone for a few months, and that we should be careful as the family might presume him dead," she said. "It will be super dangerous." She sighed. "What?" Alpha brightened up. "Really? Ah, yes, they suspect someone might put a fake in his place. Remember how Victor warned us?" Theta paused and then frowned as the smile on Alpha's face became brighter. "Is there anything wrong?" she asked. "Oh, nothing, as long as Victor is not around, I don't really have to do a thing," she said. "Any idea where he is going?" she asked. She had to avoid him. Just fucking avoid him. She felt super smart. Margaret said it is some other world, but I think she is joking, Theta said, pouting a little as she was annoyed they were not telling her a thing. "Oh, even better," Alpha said happily. In her memories, there were some rare instances of people traveling to other worlds. Very few survived. Ellipsis. Name: Marcos von Weiss. Level: 69. Class: Shield Warrior, A. Authority: 6. Strength: 254. Agility: 180. Intelligence: 150. Luck: 15. Charm: 37. Order: 39. Skills: Stand Your Ground, A. Sacrifice, A. Blood Blessing, A. Shield Art, A. Acting, A. Poison Resistance, B. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Hide Breath, D. Minor Sword Art, D. Scheming, E. Torture, E. Chess, E. Kissing, F. Inspecting Gaze, F. Gourmet, F. Alchemy, F. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, 89% UNAWAKENED. Equipment, Defensive Talisman, SS. Expandable Shield, S. Steel Armor, D. Storage Ring B. Fate, Fate's Power, D. Defined Fate, none. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Marcos, do you understand what you're doing? Anne asked in a frosty cold voice, noticing the few guards who stood behind him. This was a clear coup. The only ally she had here was Alfred, who was locked with her at the moment. I am fully aware, Marcos said. It is my time at last to rule this family. He said proudly from behind the barrier as Victor appraised the flag that Marcos struck at the entrance. Elder Dragon Barrier Flag, SS. Locking formation. Duration 2 hours. Go fuck yourself. Do you think a simple barrier can stop me? She snapped, launching an attack at the blue barrier. It flickered for a moment but at the same time caused the chamber to shake. Grandma, stop, Mike quickly said, making the enraged Anne glare at him and then noticed that the gate began to flicker, growing a little larger. Fuck, she quickly stepped away from it. I advise against trying to use brute force. It is not only useless, but it would also cause the gate to fluctuate and you will end right into that SSS-ranked dungeon like your sister, Marcos said, smiling as he said it. This barrier was inherited from our ancestor, and I am sure it is sturdy enough to withstand your flimsy attacks for a while, he said. Bastard, that's why you kept wanting me to use my dark touch earlier, she cursed. Her strongest skill had a 48-hour cooldown. She used it earlier to dissolve the boulder at the entrance. He shrugged. I have been planning this for the last 20 years, ever since I hid the truth about the rediscovery of the gate. So I had time to calculate for every contingency, he said, starting a stupid exposition that he may have practiced before. If you had just died from that poison, you could have spared me a lot of trouble, he sighed, blaming his wife for all his troubles like every loser man would. What, you were the one behind that? Anne flared again. She was pretty sure she got the culprit. It was an agent for the Von Sway family, but it seemed like the plot was thicker than she anticipated. Yup, I just had to look the other way as they plotted around you. He smiled proudly. Then the second branch's coup, you were the one behind it? She asked, squinting her eyes. Yup, I just had to act as a mysterious master and give Antony some aid. I had to weaken them a little, or the other branches would never trust me after you are gone, he said. I will make it up to him later. Bastard, you are so dead, she cursed. This man had no bottom line, hurting his own family for benefits. That is the same thing Ariana told me before I threw her into the dungeon to be locked forever. He said with a nasty smile. An hour from now you will be with her there, and I will be doing the same thing I did for her back then, shedding a few tears over you in front of the elders, promising that I will do the best to get you back. I am sure Olaf and the rest of the butlers will be sad. They will never know how much they helped me with my plot without realizing it. They would never guess that the bomb Antony used was supplied by me, so that they and the rest of your honorary guards will be temporarily out of service, he laughed. I am sure that the elders will sympathize with me, hell, even the guardians might bless me. Idiot, are you really going to sacrifice half of the family heirs for your petty desire to play king? Anne, who seemingly calmed down a little, interrupted him. Do you know how important the tournament is? It will decide the family's future. She stated coldly. It was amazing how much control she had over her emotions. Victor had long noticed how she was squeezing her fist in anger, but she hid it well. You don't need to worry about that. I am sure some factions would support me, and I already have another team ready for the tournament, he said with a smile, not explaining any more. What team? Anne frowned. And the orb is already destroyed. How are you going to fix that? She asked. I already have another artifact and a better team. I am going to usher in a new era for the family. He said, seemingly wanting to look in one direction, but quickly averting his gaze. That's all I am going to tell you, he quickly added, prompting both Anne and Alfred, who was acting inconspicuously like a mosquito on the wall, to frown. This man couldn't be working alone. So you are still afraid of me even after trapping me here, afraid that I will leave the dungeon one day and come kick your sorry ass into oblivion, Anne said coldly. He was afraid. You will never leave, we will make sure of that, he said, as if assuring himself, then turned to leave. One last thing, how did you make me decide on this chamber for the heirs to gather in? Anne asked. Marcos paused, then smiled. It is because you are a bitch who thinks you are too smart. He said, not missing the chance to insult Anne. I just have to give you a list of lousy choices and let you choose the best one, he shrugged. using the same method Victor used on Lily to make her agree to his future harem list. This was a trap for overconfident people. Then how did you poison the heirs? You were with me at all times. She asked. That's simple, we just had to spread some poison in the chamber beforehand. Marcos said dismissively. We again? Wait. Victor frowned. He had definitely appraised this chamber when entering, it had no poison. And some other heirs would have noticed it, so it couldn't have been that. Marcos was being played too, idiot. Victor quickly thought of something. Hiding behind Ku and Zoe, he activated his fate eyes. This was going to be troublesome, but he had to eliminate the threads between the heirs one by one to find the right one before he left. He had a feeling that there was a snake in their midst. Yes, earlier when the explosion that trapped them happened, someone nearby must be the one who caused it, as the walls of the mine would block any remote magical signals. Then what about your grandsons? Anne decided to try a different angle. Marcos seemed to be a little scared of the gate, and intended to leave, and she needed to squeeze all the info possible out of him. What about them? He frowned. Are you going to sacrifice them too? They could have been poisoned to death. Anne asked. My grandsons. Marcos, who was laughing, flared angrily, looking at Alice and Mike with disgust. Those bastards have nothing to do with me. Do you think I never knew about you getting pregnant in that dungeon? He flared. Theodore was never my son. I ran the tests. I will make sure to kill that bastard at the first opportunity. He snapped, making both Alice and Mike look at Anne with shock. Oh, Anne frowned, ignoring the looks that the heirs were shooting her. Mike's mouth was open wide enough to fit an entire apple. So you knew, she frowned. She made sure to keep this hidden, and when she hid something it should never be revealed. Someone was betraying her. The family needed a second round of cleansing. Of course I did. Despite you trying to sabotage the tests, I redid them in secret. He said, his face flushing red. Anne has successfully enraged him. But still not enough. Well, that guy was way better than you. I just couldn't resist trying a real man for once, she shrugged. She also couldn't resist licking her lip thinking about him. Bitch. Marcos flared. You think I don't know about your other relationships with Nathaniel, Harvey, and what was that last one called? Yes, Limmer, you bitch only know how to fuck around. Marcos completely lost it. The self-discipline that he cultivated for the last 30 years was all gone in a second. I am telling the truth. It is all your fault. Someone pathetic like you can't even make a prostitute fake a moan, Anne added, insulting the fuck out of him. I was just considerate enough to keep it a secret. Shut up. You are not the only one who can keep a family in secret. He finally flared. She was insulting his manhood. Oh, you have other sons. Anne raised one eyebrow. Really? How did he hide them? Quote. Marcos stepped back. He shouldn't have revealed that. It is okay, Marcos, it is time to leave, someone suddenly said as she walked behind Marcos. It was that ugly woman Tolan, the vice head of the Chamber of Secrets. Tolan, so it was you. Anne flared as she noticed how Tolan put her hand around Marcos's waist like a lover would. Name, Tolan von Weiss. Level, 87. Class, Poison Master, S. Abnormal status, Poison Lord's Minor Blessing. Authority, 9. Strength, 211. Agility, 230. Intelligence, 280. Luck, 21. Charm, 47. Order, 5. Skills, Poison Breath, S. Poison Dart, S. Poison Resistance, S. Poison Brewing, A. Torture, B. Kissing, B. Acting, B. Inspecting Gaze, C. Spear Art, C. Scheming, C. Knife Arts, C. Quick Steps, D. Drawing, D. Hide Breath, D. Gourmet, F. Alchemy, F. Minor Sword Arts, F. Chess, F. Piano, F. Poetry, F. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, 45% UNAWAKENED. Equipment, Defensive Talisman SS. Potioner Pouch, A. Quick Armor, A. Storage Ring B. Fate, Fate's Power, A. Defined Fate, none. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Yes, Tolan said, casually taking off a ring in her hand that she usually kept in her sleeves, then her shape began to change slowly from that of an old woman to that of a hot young one. Marcos and I have been lovers for ages, from before he married you, and we have already built a secret family that will replace yours, she said coldly, making Anne freeze in shock for the first time. She had never seen this coming. No wonder Marcos always makes trips to check on the mines. Sigma shape-shifting ring, SS. completely change the physical attribute of the holder. Victor on the other hand was frowning as he looked at the ring and then at Tolan. Earlier he was busy searching through the fate threads, but as soon as she appeared, a particular one stood out, one that he didn't expect earlier. A mother and son fate thread. It make Victor look at the other end line. Holy shit, he almost blurted out loud. You bitch. Anne flared. You are the only bitch here. Tolan replied without showing any emotions. Oh, and Alfred, stop trying to secretly plant talismans on the walls, you look pathetic, this place is made out of sacred iron, they will never work. She said coldly. What is sacred iron? Alfred, who was found out, quickly asked. Who knows? Tolan shrugged and turned as if she was intending to leave. If you think that Master Barlard and the rest of the Guardians will be tricked, you will be mistaken. Anne finally said, making Victor frown. He had never met the family guardians, but from what he knew, they were otherworldly beings who were hiding deep below the family's island. According to legend, they swore allegiance to Nicholas and had been guarding the family ever since. They were the ones who stabilized Anne as the real family head. Victor always wondered why they never appeared when the family collapsed back then. At first, he presumed that the Light Lord was the one who subdued them, but they might have been taken care of long before. Back then, Anne was killed by poison as Marcos, who became the controller of the family, made a lot of changes. This was probably the reason Victor's father stopped helping him back then, and this was why Mike died. Oh, don't worry about a group of old mummies, Marcos began, but Tolan jabbed him. Enough, let's go, the men will activate the mechanism at any moment. Tolan said and dragged away Marcos, who seemed to be a little reluctant and wanting to brag more. He could only give Anne one last look then leave. Say hi to Ariana for me, Tolan spat before she disappeared. Marcos, you bastard, you are only good at sucking pussy. Anne flared. No, you are not even good at that. She yelled behind him, but he seemed to ignore her. She frowned, standing there, looking at the portal for the next few seconds, and then turned to look at the gate. Grandma, what should we do? Mike asked nervously as Alfred turned to face her with a questioning look. Those bastards will detonate the magma chamber, make sure. To survive, no dungeon goes unconquered, Anne said as she took out a golden talisman and activated it. I will avenge you. Escape talisman, SSS. Teleport you 10 miles away. The bitch was escaping. This was her secret trump card. An ultra-rare talisman. She vanished. She appeared 1 foot to the left. What happened? Bruno asked her. Shit, Anne said as she turned to look at the heirs with a complex look. She failed. Shit, were you trying to? Alfred began to say with a frown, but a glare from Anne stopped him. Everyone, try to attack the barrier, Anne, finally showing signs of despair, said, prompting everyone to ignore the portal and begin hurling attacks at the blue barrier that obstructed the entrance. Bang, 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 the room began to shake with the attacks, and this time, no one cared about the portal that began to sway behind them. Their eyes were on the shimmering barrier that only flickered once in a while. That was for the exemption of Victor, who could have easily used his shadow-shifting skill to go behind and stop the barrier but chose not to reveal his powers. It would deactivate by itself when the time was right. He had more important things to take care of. He sneaked up behind Bruno, who was also throwing some punches at a random wall, and then struck the back of his head with a sharp needle, laced with the strongest non-lethal dose of soul wine possible, while activating his disguise. Yes, Bruno was the secret agent. He was both Marcos's and Tolan's son. Maybe one of many other secret offspring. This bastard was playing stupid all along, tricking everyone into thinking he was an idiot. What a piece of... No wait, Victor remembered that he was doing the same. Anyway, Bruno was definitely the one who detonated the chamber's entrance and poisoned those poor heirs. He even made sure to distract Anne the moment she entered the chamber, allowing Macros to slip away as she walked in. He was the last backup they had left here in case something unexpected happened. As for the portal, he didn't fear it, as when no one noticed, he slipped his hand in his pocket and wore an extra ring. Degenerate ring, F. Cursed can only be removed by cutting your hand and manlihood. Closing square bracket. The system will not consider you a living being, you don't deserve to be, you piece of shit. Looking at Bruno, who fell to the ground, Victor directly cut his hand using a sword that spread in his hand, but strangely enough, the ring vanished and appeared in the other hand. Cutting it, the ring vanished. Damn cursed rings. Victor knew where it was, so with one last swift cut, Bruno became a eunuch and Victor got a dirty ring that he threw in his storage space. He could have easily gotten it off with a cheap F-rank dispelling talisman, as Bruno was planning to do, but he chose not to. Finishing with that, Victor put a healing pill in Bruno's mouth to stop the bleeding, then created a tracking fate thread on him before throwing him in the portal that was getting a little unstable. He had no time to question him now, as he was sure that as soon as Marcos and Tolan reached the upper level they would activate some mechanism to agitate the magma or something. They must have already tested this before. Sending one last message to his harem, and Rita, who was still locked, had already sneaked out of the cauldron and was on her way out of the island. Victor was ready. "Take care of Ku and the girls for me. I will be back in a month or two," he whispered in the busy Zoe's ear. "What?" Zoe asked. "Grandma, don't worry," Victor suddenly declared. "I have an S-rank gate closing talisman that I got from the skeleton dungeon here," he declared, and jumped at the portal as the busy Anne looked back. "It is 1,000,000 coins. So make sure to don't." Anne wanted to warn him, as those do not work on it as they tried them before. Too bad it was too late, as the dungeon suddenly expanded, swallowing Victor whole, and causing everyone to hurry to the chamber's walls for shelter as the portal almost touched them, except it never did. It froze a few feet away from them. The portal imploded moments later, leaving an eerie silence. "What just happened?" someone asked moments later. "No, young master. Victor, will he be okay? Did that talisman really work? Fuck, where is Bruno? Damn, Marcos, you are so dead." Chapter 397, Stuck. He flew from branch to branch, reaching the grand white oak tree where he knew they nested. There, a group of pretty female crows looked at him with fervorous eyes. They jumped to his side as if in heat, then they began fluffing their butt feathers at him. Looking at them, feeling their passion, he started drooling. It was his day at last. Too bad their feathers were black and not purple, but he didn't mind. It was time to. Then his crotch started to hurt. "Ah, shit," he screamed as he sat right up. Looking around, he was in a lavish hotel room, and there were no crows. Why was he lusting over female crows? What was he thinking about? Ah, every bone in his body hurt. "So you are back. I thought I really lost you there," his brutal sister, who was sitting next to him with her trusty baseball bat, said. How in hell did he ever imagine that a sister could be cute and lovely? This power-hungry bitch was a demon from hell. "Why did you hit me like that?" he asked. What was that dream about? He already forgot. It was necessary when a player is still low-leveled. He is like a baby, his skill acquisition is maximized, so training right now would get you the best results. She explained. "Do you hit a baby with a freaking iron bat?" he scolded. "If it is for his training, then yes," Lily said. She was going to treat her offspring the same in the future. "What kind of training leaves me half dead?" he asked. He could still taste the healing pill in his mouth. For the last 2 days, ever since he awakened, Lily had been beating the shit out of him for the silliest reasons, before giving him those to heal up before hitting him again. "Not half dead, you were pretty much gone," she clarified. She had to use one of the SSS life-saving healing pills that Victor gave her to bring Julian back this last time. She went a little overboard, she had to confess. "And, what's your point?" Julian asked. "I already told you, this is for your self-regeneration and pain tolerance skills," she said casually. "You will thank me later," she added. "Like hell, I would," Julian said in a low voice. He had been really considering running away from his demonic sister lately, but apparently, they were going to score something big pretty soon, so he decided to just endure and stick around. "We will see, now come on, put on that purple suit and the mask, then follow me," she said. "Where are we? What are we going to do?" he asked, noticing the freshly bought purple pimp suit placed on the bed. His sister had some fine taste. "We are in the kingdom of Orva, we are going to collect some debts and get some girls," Lily said casually. "It would be a waste to open a closed dungeon without turning some slaves into players." Shit, Elena, who was watching the gathering of more than 70 young men and women in the mansion's front yard, finally cursed. She had finally realized how much a pervert her husband was. "Mistress, those are only the ones the master found suitable to rejoin the family." George, who was overseeing the situation at the mansion as Theodore ran outside to collect his loose offspring, kindly commented. "George, you are not helping," Luna, who was sitting beside them on the balcony with a bulging stomach, said with a chuckle. She always knew that Theodore was a pervert, but this number exceeded her wildest imagination. "I am just stating facts. Are all of those really my esteemed brothers and sisters?" Lara, who suddenly intruded, asked as she looked out. she was followed by 3 girls, Yin, Elle, and Ren who, nowadays, acted as her friends and de facto bodyguards that she didn't need. Don't call them with honorifics, just treat them casually. As you see, they don't have purple hair, so their rank is beneath you in the family. George quickly clarified, fearing that any of those bastards would take advantage of sweet Lara. Many of them are nice people, but others were not, especially those sons of bitches literally. Ah, but, wouldn't that be rude? Lara blinked and asked. Just consider them your little brothers and sisters, George explained. According to seniority in the family, they can be considered that. Oh, Lara nodded, then I should probably go introduce myself, she said, leaving the balcony, followed by her entourage. Will she be okay? Elena asked George in a worried tone. Lady Elena, it is not Lara that we should worry about, George said, not explaining any further. To tell the truth, that girl scared the shit out of him when he first saw her demonstrating her strength in front of Master Theodore. The problem was that she was completely thinking that this was natural. WTF. Victor acted quickly, his timing had to be impeccable. After making sure that Rita got the cauldron back in the storage space, scaring the shit out of some family servants when she jumped out of it, he acted. First, he took all his possessions and put them in his storage ring, then he used the fishing pole to tie the pebble, and then without waiting he jumped into the portal while drawing the line at the same time. As expected, the portal quickly expanded, but Victor, using his levitation skill, kept with the portal border as one half of him was in and the other half was out. This was risky, as he could feel the power of space beginning to grind on his body, nearly tearing him apart. He almost let go of the pole. He had no choice but to fully activate his bloodline, and strangely enough, the moment he did that, the pressure was gone. The feeling around him at the moment was the opposite, it was as if he was in a hot sauna. He had no time to contemplate this though. It all took a second as the pebble reached his hand when he was 90% inside. He quickly stored the fishing pole in his storage space and then activated his devour skill on the pebble before he let go, allowing the portal to suck him in. The next moment the world turned black, and he was flying into oblivion. What? Wait, wasn't portal transportation supposed to be instantaneous? He wondered, could it be that the devouring messed things up? He quickly checked his log as he floated naked in space. Sacred gold ore devoured. Open black lens bracket increase strength close black lens bracket. Hashtag error 78810 trying to devour attached object. Attached object is immaterial. Calculating authority. Granted. Space portal devoured. Open black lens bracket space. S skill had been added close black lens bracket. Akashic record activate. Space portal skill, S identified. Skill record upgraded due to having space fracture, X. Space portal, SS has been added. Space affinity has increased. Ellipsis. Space portal, SS. Create a gate connecting 2 places. Need sufficient anchor points on both ends. Need sufficient authority depending on the target world. Need energy dependent on the distance. Cooldown time 388 days. No, things were good here. This skill, although a little nerfed, is not bad at all. Too bad that damn cooldown time is too long. Why isn't he reaching his destination? Although he had never traveled to another world before, he did use space travel before to go between the safe cities after the reckoning. He also read the records of hunters going to other worlds. There had never been a thing like this. Could it be that devouring the gate made him stuck in space? He frowned and began to look around. Strangely enough, he could see bizarre shapes going in and out of existence. It was like he was watching a broken TV or something. At first, the image was fuzzy and noisy, but as time progressed he slowly became able to see things around. He was not using his eyes, as closing them made no difference. It was as if his entire existence had somehow received this info and sent it to his brain. Strange. It took him some time to figure things out around him, as things here didn't look like anything he encountered before. From the way things moved, he could tell one thing though, he was in a higher dimension, and his brain was strangely enough fastly adapting. Was this the influence of his X-rank bloodlines? Most likely. After an hour or so, he finally got the entire image. He was stuck in the space between worlds. Behind him, there was a huge and strangely familiar, blue, hypersphere bubble-like object. He instinctively knew that this was his original world. TRILARIA, world. Size, medium, status, closed, world will, active, integration status, 98%. So it was called Trilaria. It had all kinds of pimples and stray strands of hair going out of it, like an unkempt ugly teenager. Those pimple-like things were all around him. They were slowly drifting from afar, then sticking themselves to it. Now he could see them, they were as if someone sneezed his cheese sandwich into a vacuum. He used his appraisal skills on one of them. Dragon Lair, Lost World Fragment, D. What about another? Worm's Burrow, Lost World Fragment, F. Anthill number 33 Lost World Fragment, S. Shit, those world fragments were like dungeons, no. They were dungeons. Victor slowly observed. Some of those world fragments seemed to just dissolve in the world, like sugar in water, others seemed to get stuck on the surface. Slowly he could figure things out. The ones that got absorbed turned into dead ruins like the ruin on Blackrock Island, while the ones that stuck at the surface must be the ones the world does not approve of. They were the ones becoming dungeons. Slowly as he thought about it, things began to become clearer and clearer. It was like his state of mind was what let him see things around. Then what about those strands of hair? No, they looked like tunnels going out of his world, and disappearing in the ether, probably crossing through some different dimension. He knew what those were, they were active ruins. Fields. He heard before that all of them connected to other worlds, but as one went deeper and deeper the world rules became too chaotic, so no one was able to confirm this, or at the very least, no one told him. He turned and looked in the other direction, the one he was supposed to go, his destination. Ismerlia. World. Size. Small. Status. Open. World will. Active. Integrated. Global system rules apply. Indeed, it was the closest world to his own, as Victor could see that in the distance, there were a myriad of worlds, like stars in the sky. Now, how was he supposed to go there? Thinking for a moment, Victor tried to activate his flying skill. He was an all-powerful chaos dragon or something. He should be able to swim in space. Ellipsis. He moved. Slowly. Then slowly, he stopped. His mana was completely depleted after moving 2.31 feet away. Shit, Victor sighed. Did this mean that he was going to spend his well-deserved otherworldly vacation stuck jerking off in space instead of hunting elf girls? Shit, for another half an hour or so he kept trying, but nothing happened. Shit, did he have to wait until a month later to use his space-shifting skill to return empty-handed? Shit, shit, shit. Thinking about it, Victor decided to try to connect with his girls, maybe they could think of something. Lily knew many things after all. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Strange. He could feel the other side, but no communication was passing through. Damn it, he couldn't even use this skill's intended function, as Margaret phrased it. What about his blood slaves? He quickly connected to his favorite toy, Tom. Oh, he could see through their eyes, but he couldn't communicate or use any skills, strange. Maybe the space was corrupting certain types of data. No, that's not it, he could see them after all. Well, Tom was on his way out of the sect on a mission. He took the chance to remove his disguise and go visit a local brothel in some village. That idiot, the moment the system was gone, began messing around. Hopefully he won't be found out, Victor cursed. No, hopefully, he will be found out, let him pay for his stupidity. He quickly corrected himself then sighed, with Tom's luck, he would definitely be okay. Anyway, Rita was at the moment escaping the family archipelago. She did as he told her. She left the mine island, and headed to his house on the family island where Kai helped her. Not bad, that fat butler sure acts fast. Giving him emergency instructions before entering the mines was a good choice. Poe was still in the family. Wait, why was he on the main island? Oh, Marcos seemed to have gathered all the family members on the main square to deliver the bad news. Logan was with him, helping him cry. He seemed to know something. Well, both of them would be losing their heads pretty soon. Let them have his hour of glory. Alex was in a grand public bath, getting serviced by some maid, Jasmine. Victor couldn't help smirking. That girl needed to be fixed somehow. After all, she was one of the young Light Lord's future mistresses. Keeping her with Alex was a good idea, as according to her problem magnet nature, that young Light Lord might actually reveal himself. Next was Lynn. She was just busy talking with Elise about their plan to find the other future traveler. Good girls. Doing their husband's job in his absence. Was there anyone else? Ah yes, Daniel, that brat. He was in his room with a porn magazine, doing what every teenager would do in that situation. Victor was tempted to mess with him, but sadly, his skills didn't pass through. Did this have something to do with world causality? He had no idea. Now, He needed to find out why the hell he was stuck here. Maybe the world wanted him to reflect on all his bad behavior. Was he grounded in some sort for being naughty? Possible. Jokes aside, damn it, only if there was someone he could ask. Wait, he had a way. He could use his record search skill. Hopefully, that damn skill won't use the current circumstances to jack up its prices. Why am I stuck here? He asked, and not moving toward the destination world, he quickly added. Cost. 30 order points. Less than yes greater than, less than no greater than. Cheap. Victor quickly paid. Reporting log. Physical body properties are resisting natural space acceleration. Destination world does not have the authority to forcefully pull. The portal no longer exists. Ejection is denied. Oh, was it because he activated his bloodline? Victor quickly withdrew his bloodline, and in the next moment, he felt as if he was in hell as the entire world pressed on his chest and everything around him began to accelerate. It only lasted less than a second and moments later he felt the hot sand smolder his naked butt. Opening his eyes and looking around, he was in an endless desert. It was sunset and the sky had 3 moons. Chapter 398, Death. Victor sighed, looking at the setting sun and the expansive desert filled with nothing but sands and an occasional large rock. Was this a desert world or was it just this region? Totally unimportant, as long as there were enough girls, everything would be fine. The first thing Victor did after dismissing his stupid thoughts was to try to communicate with his wives again, just in case. Sadly, the results were the same as in the void. Checking the cauldron in his storage space, he found that it was working. Rita managed to retrieve it in time. Maybe he should get the girls inside out for an adventure, especially that dark scion Mavis. Would she be a dark scion here too? Unknown. He decided to consider this later. He had more important things to do acting alone. It was a chance to build the last affiliated faction he had for his grand plan. At first, he wanted to delay forming it until after the reckoning, as it was meant to hunt demons. But here was a good place to plant that seed. With the power of portal creation, he could always retrieve them if needed. Taking a black cloak made of dragon skin that he got from Von Sway's vault and a bone dragon mask that he got from his ancestors' loot, he put them on, then activating his disguise he began to think where to go. He was in the middle of nowhere. Looking at all his status that didn't seem affected, he quickly activated his fate eyes, pointing them at himself. Paying 1 order point, a few fate threads immediately appeared in different directions. He was right, his great-aunt and stepmother who were sucked here before were alive here. They were in a certain direction along with a few other threads that belonged to family members. In the other direction, there was another lone thread. The one he attached to Bruno before throwing him here. After thinking for a moment, he decided to track Bruno. He needed to know all the info he had before some pretty female elf decided to kill him. Ellipsis. ... Do you think that father would really give a bastard like you a chance to join the family? One young man dressed in a black brand suit said, as he shoved another who was dressed like a beggar. The moment he looks at your potential he will definitely kick you out to some garbage dump. He added as 2 guys, who stood by him, snickered. From the way they acted, no one would believe that the one they were bullying was their half-brother. Pan, this is not your mother's school, you can't bully me here. The young man replied angrily, grabbing Pan's hand that was holding to his shirt. Ever since they were in school, his half-brother made sure to let him know the difference in their status. Back then, he endured all of the humiliation, including that of his girlfriend jumping ship. All just to graduate peacefully and be able to help support his mother and sisters. Not anymore. Yesterday, his father sent a message through the local lawyer who usually handles his monthly allowance. It stated that if he wanted a chance to get promoted into the family, he should come to Vane City where he would be tested. It was just that short, with no further explanations, just his father's clearly photocopied signature. Although he was reluctant, he knew this was a rare chance given by his super-rich father whom he only met once. So he hurried here, borrowing some money for the train. His allowance for the month had already been used to pay his stepsister's hospitalization fee. After reaching Vane City, he was quickly driven from the train station to this grand mansion by a butler who was waiting at the station cursing. Apparently, they had already arranged for his transportation, but he was in so much of a hurry that he forgot to look inside the letter envelope where they deposited a plane ticket. His fault. To his surprise, he was not the only one invited. The bastard Pan was also here among a lot of young people who seemed to be his half-brothers and sisters. All of them were going to be tested. This was bigger than he expected, but how much of a douchebag was his cheap father exactly, remained to be seen. Oh, our little piggy Roy has grown some balls, Pan said, intending to make trouble as he balled his other hand into a fist. Enough, you two, we are not here for a fight. One bossy girl said as she spotted the trouble here and came running. It was as if she had a nose for it. Pan frowned and looked at her. Pretty and headstrong. Wait, she seemed familiar. You are Roxy, one guy said. Roxy was a very famous new rising journalist who won more than 3 awards since her debut 3 years ago. Unlike the infamous Gloria, Roxy had a reputation for being very clean, professional, and just. You are also our sister. He gasped. He had a crush on her. Yes, she replied. You are Wayne, right? She had learned all those guys' names the day before as she was the first to arrive and volunteer to help the butler George to arrange their transportation. He didn't seem to mind the assistance as he seemed a little flustered by his master's sudden order. Yes, he said with a smile. Roxy knew his name. Nice to meet you. The two of you should be Ray and Pan, she added, looking at the two hostile half-brothers. You shouldn't be fighting here, she repeated. Stay out of this, Pan said. Being raised as a lonely rich and spoiled child, he didn't like to be commanded. Let me warn you, this is esteemed father's mansion. Do you guys really want to waste this chance the family gave us over some stupid bullying? She said in a low voice. Troubles like this were the fault of her stupid father, who had the tendency to totally disregard the well-being of his bastard sons who failed to meet the family's expectations. Other than paying for their education or training, he usually allocated some allowance to them every month, which would usually be barely enough for them to live. The idea is that once they became adults they would have to take care of themselves. The problem with this mentality was that many of these guys had other family members to take care of, like Roy, who had 5 younger sisters from his prostitute sickly mother. He was their only provider. She read his file yesterday and it made her really appreciate this guy. Too bad he was not gifted in anything, and her father would never help useless guys. Pan, on the other hand, was the only son of a successful businesswoman who managed to seduce Theodore to benefit her company. Pan, who failed as a baby to be a legitimate heir, was raised as a rich young master by his successful mother, who considered him her connection to Theodore and pampered the shit out of him. Heaven had it that both Pan and Roy happened to attend the same school, the one Pan's mother owned and the best in town. Theodore made sure that all his offspring attended the best schools in their area of residence. This apparently didn't sit well with Pan, who made it his purpose in life to bully Roy, whom he didn't want to accept as a brother. The reason seemed to include some stupid name-calling and a pretty class rep, but the report Roxy read didn't go into any specifics. Still, both of those guys had no real idea how scary their father was. Many of the people here were the same. For many of them, coming here and witnessing their father's immense wealth for the first time was a shock. 2 years ago Roxy was the same in a way, yet different, as she was gifted from a young age. After graduating from university with a double master's degree in journalism and politics, she worked as a young journalist in a humble media outlet, and in just a few months, all by herself, she managed to score one of the most successful investigations of that year, exposing a human trafficking and prostitute criminal network that spanned many countries. She was celebrating with her colleagues winning a Totomo award when she got a phone call from her cheap father, whom she had only met once before. He wanted to meet her. She didn't agree. Why now after all? She was not interested. The next day, he simply bought the network she worked in and dragged her into the chief editor's room. At first, she thought he wanted to use her success for his business or to blame her for exposing the truth, as one of his partners might be a part of that network, but what happened was beyond her dreams, as after some casual chat in which she was not very cooperative, he drugged her and then flew her into a private island that he owned, before throwing her into a grand archive, telling her to read to her heart's content, before he left. She frowned but quickly found out that this archive belonged to her father's own intelligence agency. It was full of reports and backlogs about many shady transactions that were happening around the world. 7 days later, she walked out of the archive's steel-reinforced doors with an ashen face and a shaken heart. She had just learned that her article would have got her killed if her father didn't intervene. There was a $10 million bounty on her head to first discredit her, ruin her reputation, and then kill her in the most disgusting way possible. She realized many things. The ones behind that criminal organization she was investigating was a grand connection of interests. All were ruled by a few families that the reports called the oligarchs. She was messing with something greatly beyond her level. Reading the reports, she realized how naive she was. If Theodore was not her father, she would have died like many snoopy journalists before her. She also learned that her father was filthy rich, no, Filthy didn't do him justice, she had no words to describe his wealth. She was also able to piece out something that was not mentioned anywhere. Theodore was definitely a part of something bigger that seemed to control the world, but she couldn't find out what it was. Requesting a meeting with her father, she told him what she found directly, and Theodore to her surprise didn't scold her, but on the contrary, he seemed sad that she was not a legitimate heir, deciding to offer her a chance to work for him. At first, she was reluctant, but her father promised her not to intervene in her investigation, and that he would only stop those that were troublesome. According to him, those criminals connected to the oligarchs had a very strict code of conduct to keep the world peace. Unfortunately, not everyone was a good player. Every once in a while someone broke the rules and created a disaster. That's why her work, as long as kept within certain boundaries, would be permissible, and would be considered a part of the cleaning crew that he was seemingly a part of. Reluctantly, knowing she had no other choice if she wanted to continue her career, she agreed. That's why she had been working for him as a chief editor and famous anchor for one of the biggest news agencies in the world for the last 2 years. Lately though, as she began, realizing more and more that there seemed to be a big secret that those hidden powers were keeping. It was not until the Mantis incident a few months back and the reports by Jane Armstrong that she realized what they were. So last week she requested to meet her father, deciding to confront him once and for all. The response came 2 days ago for her to come to Vane City immediately. And now she was here. Let go, she told Pan, who didn't take her seriously. Hearing what Roxy said, Pan frowned, slowly letting go of Roy's shirt, who in turn let go of his hand. I am sure father would kick you out sooner or later, Pan said with disgust as he turned to leave with his 2 half-brothers' lackeys. That's when they spotted a group of little girls standing and watching their convention with interest. When did girls appear? Were they their sisters? No, 3 of them were in magical girl-made costumes. And one of them had purple hair, the sign of a legitimate heir. Hello, respected brothers and dear sister, I am Lara, one little girl with purple hair who was in the front bowed politely as she introduced herself. Ah, are you perhaps Mistress Alina's youngest daughter? Roxy said. She knew more about the legitimate sons than others, as she made sure to ask that butler George, and he didn't hide a thing. She also met Mistress Alina and Mistress Luna when she came in yesterday and visited the main building. Too bad Lara was at school back then. Yes, Lara smiled and nodded, pleased that this older sister knew her name. And those are? Pan rudely asked, pointing to the 3 little girls following Lara. We are her servants, Elle replied directly. How much more do you want us to dress for you to realize that? She added rudely. She was dressed as a maid, technically. A magical maid. Quote. Pan decided not to argue with the little girl. The way she was glaring at him like he was some insect reminded him of the look of the boss of a gambling club he entered once and then left in his underwear. I am, Roxy, those are Pan, Roy, Ray, Wayne, and Christopher, Roxy quickly introduced everyone. She was really gifted in remembering people. Nice to meet you, Lara bowed. Nice to meet you too, Roxy bowed back awkwardly, the rest didn't. They were not raised in the family and felt strange following such stupid protocols. Why were you fighting earlier? Lara asked, seemingly a little annoyed that they didn't bow to her. Are they angry with her perhaps? That was the only reason she could think of. Ah, just a misunderstanding. Roxy said kindly, they were just testing their strength. Pan here has a black belt in Orkinko. She added, not wanting to get her half-brothers in trouble. Those idiots had no idea how much power a legitimate heir held, let alone Lara who had 3 of her direct siblings having an elite status. Really? Lara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Pan. Yes, he nodded, frowning and wondering why Roxy knew that. In fact, the only reason why he learned this martial art was because of his mother who told him that his father liked martial arts and forced him to learn it. At first, he hated it, but later when he discovered how useful it was for bullying others, it became his favorite hobby. Ah, can we have a friendly match then? Lara asked in an excited voice. Lately, she had been learning many martial arts under her father's instruction, and she had just learned Orkinko last week. Too bad her teacher quit yesterday, stating he lost his will to practice in martial arts as the reason. She felt bad, as she was beginning to get the hang of it. Still, she couldn't wait to show her new brother her skills. Maybe this would help them become friends after that. Martial arts were the best way to foster relationships. That's what one of her masters said before he quit too. According to Uncle George, their martial arts were not strong enough to fight a little girl. What a group of nice people. Ah, Pan frowned. Where did bitch little girl appear from now? Why don't you do that? Someone suddenly said, making everyone look back. It was the head butler George. Miss Lara is better than she looks, and I heard young Master Pan had just won the local tournament last month. I think you wouldn't mind humoring a little girl. George said with a smile that Roxy didn't like. Fine, Pan said, cursing inwardly. He didn't want to be here, but his stupid mother ordered him to get along with his brother and promised that if he did good, she would buy him that supercar he wanted. But this place is not suitable. Follow me, George said, then turned and walked without waiting for them. Lara was the first to follow with her cute entourage, then Roxy, who ran to them and began acting friendly, asking about school. Pan looked at Roy, then followed too with his lackeys. Roy, who was left alone, frowned. Damn it, he didn't expect to ever meet Pan again after graduating last summer. What sh*t luck. You should follow them too, someone told him, making him look back. It was a very pretty young lady with purple hair who appeared out of nowhere like a thief. Ah, you are, Roy asked, noticing the girl's hair color. A legitimate hair. I am your big sister, call me Iris, she said. Let me give you one piece of advice that your dear half-brother Pan will learn pretty fast: never refuse the request of a legitimate heir. Family Rule 7724, she said. I am not a part of this family, he spat. He refused to play their aristocratic games. That's why George didn't break your legs earlier, both, you're in Pans for not bowing back to Lara, she sighed. Come on, father has big hopes for you, she said as she walked toward the gym. In fact, the test here had already begun, and everything that would happen in the mansion for the next week was a part of it. Her mission today was to grade her half-brothers and search for good ones. Roy here was not bad. Although he didn't fare well at school, he had a good martial arts foundation and a passable personality. He was one of her candidates. According to her father, he planned to make each group of illegitimate sons work under the leadership of one legitimate heir. The idea was that they had to keep the family's hierarchy even after the awakening ceremony to avoid chaos. Roy frowned, then followed. When will we meet father? He asked as he looked around. This mansion was huge. Besides the main building that was a complex on its own, not only did the grounds have 7 newly constructed side buildings, where he and his brothers were housed, but it also had a theater and an entire stadium to act as a gym. It was as if his cheap father was competing with someone. Soon, something went wrong in the family's base, and he went there in a hurry. He should be back by evening, she said. The way her father left without saying anything felt strange. Something big must have happened. Hopefully, Victor and Zoe were okay. The family base. Roy frowned. He only knew the family was super rich and mean at the same time. It is an entire archipelago in the middle of the ocean. You will go there if you fare well in the coming test, she said. The family's riches are way beyond anything you could imagine. She said. What is the test about? He asked. I can't tell you that yet, but what you should keep in mind is that once you pass, you will get the full support of the family, she said. You will also be able to afford an operation for your hospitalized sister, she added dismissively. Roy nodded as he squeezed his fist. Ellipsis. The large luxury ship shook between the raging waves. All around, the screams of fighting and people asking for help would be heard. As a 2-week cruise organized by a famous band, it had many rich and important young men and women attending as guests to socialize and lay back in a place far away from their hotshot parents. But those guys who were enjoying the party moments ago suddenly found themselves in a scene from a horror movie, as from the sea all of a sudden, an army of men dressed in scales appeared, then began ordering everyone to the ground. Calling them demons. Were they pirates or some cult? The guests didn't know. Before they could comprehend what happened, the organizers began attacking those men using swords and spears, and one band member started throwing fire from his hands. All to the ground. Those who fight will die. Rain yelled, then turned backward and slashed with his sword, cutting a bald sailor in half. Can't you cut more elegantly? You almost caused that man's lily blood to spoil my new dress. Tulip scolded as she used her umbrella to hit a woman who attacked her from the back, killing her instantly. Rain didn't respond. He had long learned how to deal with this spoiled and arrogant brat. Humans, how did you know about us? Someone suddenly said as a group of soldiers got blasted into the air and a young man flew from the midst of the ship. His eyes were bright blue as sparks of electricity swizzled around him. None of your business, just die. Rain screamed, attacking the demon, who dodged to the side looking at Rain with a frown that turned into a crazy smile. You are an offering. the young man said as if he had found a treasure. Forgetting the attacks around him as he began to salivate. I just need to eat you to evolve, he said, spraying his saliva everywhere as he began to attack Rain frantically. Too bad that despite his high rank as a demon, his level was not that high in this body, so the battle ended before he could realize it by Yulip hitting him from the back. Is it over? Ray, who was cutely dressed in a suit of armor, asked as she watched the battle slowly end as the demons either died or threw themselves into the sea, where another team was waiting for them. Don't relax too soon, we don't know who among those mortals carries a demon soul, we need to check them with the purity pearl in the central temple to make sure. Tulip said. Thankfully, after she was able to cure her mother, the latter allowed her to use the soldiers and raid this cruise under the presumption that it was a demon's trap. It seemed like Vic didn't lie about this thing, that bastard. Every time she remembered that he had secretly placed a slave seal on her, she would start cursing. Can't we just kill everyone? Rain complained, making Ray glare at him. I am joking, he quickly said. He wasn't. Ah! One soldier suddenly wailed from the back, causing both Tulip and Rain to grab their weapons and run to the back of the ship. When they reached it, they saw a group of soldiers slowly melting into a puddle. From in between their melting corpses, a little girl who had gothic makeup and wore a simple black dress, walked barefooted slowly toward Rain. Her looks were screaming, "Demoness, prepare!" Before Tulip could command the rest of the soldiers, Rain stopped her with his hand. She frowned and then looked at the girl who slowly reached their position. We meet again, offering, she said in a sound that didn't resemble that of a girl, but an old woman. Don't call me that, Rain said, clenching his fist. Is that how you treat your savior? The little girl asked. It still remains to be seen who saved who, Rain answered. Hee, as thick as ever, the little girl chuckled, frowning then looking at Tulip. Oh, a child of the void. Is that dead fish Wawa still doing well in her cell? Ah, you know my master? Tulip asked nervously. No, the little girl didn't elaborate. You are, Tulip asked. Call me Death Lord, I am Rain's master, she said, making Tulip gasp. Again, that remains to be seen. Rain interrupted. Can you help my master? Tulip asked quickly, totally ignoring Rain. Only she can help herself, only void sparks can help her, the Death Lord said. She should have already told you, her voice trailed off. Tulip nodded, clenching her fist. You will be able to do it, just focus on it. The little girl finally said. Rain did it for me after all, she added, making Tulip look at Rain with surprise. This guy had many secrets. What are you doing here anyway? Rain suddenly asked, not wanting to talk about his past. I thought you said you would be leaving this world back then. I left, I returned, the little girl said, not explaining. Revenge? He asked. Not yet, she shook her head, not explaining further. You have grown up since the last time I saw you, picking up girls now? She asked, changing the subject with a smirk that didn't suit a little girl. They are just friends, he said. Dear friends, he added. Oh, but I have to warn you. That girl can't belong to you, she said, pointing to Ray. Why, you know something? He asked, remembering that demon back then when he first met Ray. She is a shard slave, when the shard master calls, she will have to obey, the Death Lord explained. Can you help her? Rain asked, making the little girl smirk. She wanted him to ask. Come here child, she said. Ray looked at Rain, watching him nod. She slowly walked toward the little girl who had to step on her toes and raise her little hand to touch Ray's forehead. Then, she was thrown back as a black trail of blood fell from her mouth, digging holes in the ship like some kind of acid. Amira. Rain quickly ran to her side as she fell into the side of the ship, then stood up quickly and used her fist to slap Rain on the face, causing him to be flung 10 feet away, almost falling into the ocean. What did I do now? He asked as he grabbed the ship's railing and stabilized himself. It seemed like he was used to being hit by this girl. Bastard, who the hell did you steal this girl from? She asked with fear in her eyes. Her sound was that of a little girl as she lost her cool. Ah, a guy who called himself the Nutcracker, a demon. No, she interrupted, that guy is no demon. Demons can't accumulate that much authority without being at least a duke level and eating more than 10 worlds. Something like that is impossible to enter a positive world without having a system backlash, she said. This guy might be a lord. Or worse, an emperor, she said as if talking to herself. An emperor, Tulip hiccuped, the little girl ignored her. Ah, what can you tell us about him? Rain asked in surprise. When he fought that guy, he didn't seem that strong, just very tricky to fight. Two things, firstly, he is not in this world right now. And secondly, don't fucking mess with him ever again. What about Ray? Rain asked. Fuck you and her. The little girl cursed, then turned into a shadow and launched into the sky, disappearing in seconds. She had just tried to break the shard's connection for Ray but ended up suffering a backlash instead as her skill failed, and this hurt her badly. She was not going to tell that to Rain though. Ellipsis. ... It was right after midnight when Victor appeared next to a night camp where a group of travelers who huddled around a campfire. As soon as he cleared his throat, the 9 mercenaries surrounded him, pointing their weapons in his direction. A sentiment of how vigilant they were. Victor sighed. He just wanted to have a chat, but it seemed pointless. He could tell that those guys were slavers by the horse-drawn carriage that they parked to the side. With a horse-like creature that had very long ears. Wait, that was just a donkey. Anyway, it had a large cage where 2 scantily dressed girls were locked. Sitting with them tied to the side of the cage, there was a chained naked burly young man who had his arms severed. Bruno. The fate thread guided him directly to him. Look what we found. Just when I was thinking that we didn't have enough merchandise for the market tomorrow, and one delivers itself to us on its own feet. One of them said in a low elvish language that Victor had to think a while before remembering. Thankfully he could speak this one. The middle-aged man who spoke was a half-elf, as indicated by his slightly pointy ear and red flaming hair. Name: Salim 8. Level: 59. Class: Lancer, D. Authority: 5. Strength: 188. Agility: 167. Intelligence: 147. Luck: 19. Charm: 40. Order: 11. Skills: Spear Arts, C. Thrust, C. Backflip, C. Drug Making, D. Torture, D. Knife Arts, E. Kissing, F. Imprison, F. Bloodline, Elf, A 40%. Equipment: Defensive Armor, E. Study Spear, D. Fate, Fate's Power, D. Defined Fate, none. Our luck is good, the only woman in the group said. She seemed to be a sun elf in her teens, but you could never tell an elf's age. She was dressed in some very revealing adventurer clothing and had a nasty knife cut across her face, and one of her ears was cut, a sign of being an outcast who committed a great sin. She was also clearly the hidden boss of this group. Name: Latar Sola. Level: 129. Abnormal status: Curse of the Bad Elves number 44, S. Luck not more than 5. Class: Golden Archer, S. Authority: 13. Strength: 370. Agility: 342. Intelligence: 343. Luck: 5. Charm: 40. Order: 11. Skills: Bow Art, S. Penetrating Arrow, S. Wind Spam, A. Torture, A. Knife Arts, A. Seduce, B. Spear Arts, C. Imprison, F. Kissing, F. Bloodline, Sun Elf, A 100%. Equipment: Defensive Armor, E. Golden Bow, SBROKEN. Fate: Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, none. Remove your mask and introduce yourself. An ugly man who was probably a half-ogre said to Victor finally as the others looked at him, preparing to chain him if he didn't have a good background. Name: Jab Tap. Level: 33. Class: Slave Merchant, D. Authority: 3. Strength: 96. Agility: 96. Intelligence: 102. Luck: 5. Charm: 40. Order: 11. Skills: System Store Access, Level O. Player Market Access, Level O. Slave Curse, D. Torture, D. Whip Arts, D. Speech Arts, D. Basic Shield, F. Bloodline: Black Ogre, D 34%. Green Ogre, F 44%. Equipment: Chain of Obedience, A. Defensive Armor, E. Trusty Whip, E. Fate, Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, none. Victor, who didn't care about the others who had levels less than 20, kept his eyes on the elf lady. I am your father, he replied in a low confident old voice, removing his mask to reveal a handsome old man that have his eyes shining under the light of the slavers' torches. What? It took the slavers a moment to understand what he said, then they looked at each other. Was he perhaps the father of one of them? One by one they shook their heads. He was not their father. Bastard, you dare mess with us. The half-elf guy flared angrily, throwing his spear at Victor as he deemed him unsellable. The spear only hit empty air. So did the whip and the arrow that followed. Then the world turned black and they felt their bodies hit the ground as they fell one by one. They could not move nor speak. Victor sneered, cleaning his poisoned dagger with his cloak as he looked at the collapsed slavers. Putting his mask back on, he took the chains from them and then quickly tied them all after a quick search. One of them had a storage bag tied to his horse which contained some money, chains, ropes, torture equipment, a few water pouches, food and daily necessities, that's all. He sighed, turning to the carriage and then walking in its direction, appraising the two girls inside. Name: Cinny. Abnormal status: Slave Gios, DMASTER, Jab Tap. Class: Cook, B. Authority: 2, Level: 2, Strength: 13, Agility: 16, Intelligence: 17, Luck: 11, Charm: 25, Order: 0, Skills: Cooking, B. Fireball, B. Pain Resistance, D. Regeneration, E. Quick Step, F. Dagger Arts, F. Heat Resistance, E. Kissing, F. Bloodline: Red Moon Elf, A 60%. Fate: Fate's Power, B. Defined Fate, None, Dash. Name: Yas. Abnormal status: Slave Gios, DMASTER, Jab Tap. Class: Dancer, E. Authority: 2, Level: 5, Strength: 16, Agility: 28, Intelligence: 11, Luck: 14, Charm: 29, Order: 0, Skills: Seduction, D. Kissing, D. Smart Dance, E. Dagger Arts, E. Fireball, B. Pain Resistance, E. Regeneration, E. Quick Step, F. Heat Resistance, F. Bloodline: Yellow Moon Elf, A 52%. Fate: Fate's Power, C. Defined Fate, None. Reading their status, Victor sighed. Even in this world, authorities seemed to define everything, though he was not sure how it worked yet. Different worlds had different rules. Are you here to save us? One girl asked. No, I am here for this son of AB*TCH. I will return later to get you. Just keep an eye on the collapsed guys for me, Victor said, grabbing Bruno from the cage. The latter, who could not understand the language, tried to resist, but Victor easily overpowered him, taking a flask of wine and pouring it in the poor young man's mouth under the shocked look of the two girls. Then he dragged him away behind a nearby rock, leaving the girls in the cage to wonder what was he going to do with him. Chapter 399, In Whatever Way Possible. In the center of the main island at the center of the Von Weiss archipelago, in a huge domed building known as the family's hall, all the familiar's awakened heirs stood in silence while wearing black robes and holding candles in their hands. Some were confused, some cried, some wept while others smiled secretly, like Titus who had been let out of prison an hour ago and since there he had been hearing some very good news. According to rumors it has been 5 hours since the patriarch's wife, Lady Anne, aka, the bitch in control, went into an SSS dungeon that suddenly appeared in the mines after some traitors tried to assassinate the patriarch. The accident happened when she saved her husband's life by pushing him away at the last moment before the trap mechanism activated, telling him to go and get help. By the time he returned, it was too late. Unfortunately, she was not the only lost one as many of the family heirs were lost with her. That's why this gathering was a must, to clarify the family's plans. Today, we lost a great leader, Marcos declared for the 35th time to the shocked audience as tears fell from his eyes. A great mother, and an even greater wife. He paused, thinking for a moment that those two should be reversed. Doesn't matter, they were both lies anyway. Now, we should carry her will, and one day, we will save her from that treacherous dungeon. Although we know they are still alive, and hoping that they manage to beat this dungeon, we cannot stand still, the patriarch said, heroically wiping his tears with his sleeve. Those tears were not fake, but true tears of joy. 1 hour earlier he sent a rescue team to check on the mines, and Anne and the heirs were truly no longer there, just an assortment of abandoned clothes and storage rings. Bruno was missing too, so he guessed that Anne must have noticed him when he used the teleportation cancelling talisman to cancel the effect of the escape talisman she kept hidden in her sleeve. She must have used her witch bound on him, not allowing him to put on that cursed ring. It was regrettable but a necessary sacrifice. We have many things to do. First of all, because Supreme Elder Alfred was lost too. I will give Elder Jonathan all the rights Alfred has. You will be taking care of our Hall of Inquisition until Alfred returns, so take care, Marcos said, to an old man with sneaky eyes. The latter nodded and bowed respectfully as the other remaining Supreme Elders who were sitting on stage eyed him and then Marcos with suspicious glares. Expert for Elder Logan, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. He nodded in approval. Now, to the second state of affairs. As many of you know, the great tournament is close. We were planning to choose our participants from the elite heirs as it was customary, but now that they are missing, we need some other candidates. So, after negotiating with the elders, we decided to hold a tournament. Those top 10 in it will get the status of elite heir immediately and get the chance to participate in the grand tournament. He said, making many of the heirs squeeze their fists. This was their chance. At last. They had no idea that the winning team had already been arranged in advance. Ellipsis. Roy followed Iris and quickly arrived at the gym that was a part of Theodore's new mansion complex. To Roy's surprise, it was not one building as he expected, but an entire complex, consisting of different training halls and stadiums. He could spot a basketball court, a swimming and a tennis court among others. Not counting the golf course outside, of course. Just how much money did his cheap father have? Damn it, couldn't he have helped him with some cash to cure his stepsister? Feeling a little salty, he followed Iris and a trail of people, arriving at the martial arts hall, where the fighting was supposed to happen. And, yes, they were not alone. Apparently, about 50 heirs or so heard what was happening here and came running. Most were interested in martial arts and were already at the gym, while others happened to overhear what happened earlier in the courtyard, and came just to watch the fun. They will regret it. Go ahead, Iris told Roy as they entered through the large 10 feet tall door of the large martial arts hall. It had the words, "Fighting," written above it in some fierce calligraphy. He nodded and began to look around as he headed to the arena where his half-brothers were gathering. This place was huge. Other than the main arena, this hall not only featured 3 training arenas but also a few different training areas full of specialized equipment, like a wide zone for lances and an archery field to the side. He could even spot the entrances to a few private training rooms and an infirmary. He knew that his father and the family put great importance on martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. Squeak. Bang. He heard a small squeak from behind, then the sound of a bang. Looking back, he noticed that Iris had closed the hall's large steel doors and was in the process of locking them with large chains. Ah, a shiver ran through his back. Something big was about to happen here. This may all have been planned. Someone suddenly said from the arena. It was that butler they called George who stood with his hands behind his back. Young Lady Lara here decided to challenge young Master Pan to a friendly fight, so according to the family rules, both of them will fight here until one of them surrenders or gets hurt. Although fists have no eyes, I advise both of you to try and not hurt the other badly. He said as Lara, who had changed into a cute pink jumpsuit, stepped up into the arena and began doing some warm-up seriously. She looked super cute. From the other side, Pan just stepped up. He didn't even care to change his clothes, he just wanted to end this farce quickly. He didn't expect all those people to gather to watch him beat the shit out of a little girl. Are they really going to fight? One young woman said. This family keeps getting stranger. Juju, watch your tongue. You barely managed to avoid marrying that pervert Liam. Don't make father angry with you again, one of her half-sisters said. I know, Juju sighed. But why does this family focus so much on martial arts? In the old days, it was understandable with all the wars and shit going on, but nowadays we live in a peaceful society, she shrugged. As a kid, she too practiced martial arts for a few years as her father demanded that, and paid for it. But once she became old enough and realized she had a choice, like others, she stopped. The world is much deeper than you think. The one who spoke was Iris, who stood right behind Juju. Ah, Sister Iris. Juju quickly bowed. She met Iris before in her father's mansion a few months ago. Iris was newly promoted to an inner family heir at that point, and Theodore was looking to reward her with some properties. This made her very jealous. The difference in treatment between legitimate and illegitimate heirs was too big. Still, it was Iris who helped her in the end to cancel her arranged marriage, convincing their father that if Juju was really reluctant, the marriage might fail. And telling him to give Juju a chance to run some business. No need to bow. It is nice to see you again, Iris said. How is the business in that tattoo shop you opened? Ah, passable, Juju said in embarrassment. The truth was, it was almost bankrupt. Her father was right, she was not a good businesswoman material. Don't worry, if you do well in the next few weeks, you won't have to worry about these little things anymore. Iris, who totally understood what Juju meant, said. Truth be told, she always felt a little sorry for those unlucky sisters and brothers. It was the same for her. If she hadn't been recognized and helped by Victor back then, she would have been dead right now, so she always tried to help others, trying to be as noble and benevolent as Victor. "Ah, I will try my best," Juju said. So they were truly going to give them a chance to be legitimate. It was her chance to shine at last. "You better do," Iris said, bowing politely to the other half-brothers and sisters, then heading toward the stage where she stood to the side. The fight was about to start. "Brother, according to the family rules, I challenge you." Lara, who finished her warm-ups, stood in attention, then bowed slightly and performed a martial art salute, extending her cupped hands to Pan. Whatever, Pan, who was feeling awkward, bowed slightly and then prepared his fists. He was going to end this farce fast. Lara also quickly changed into a fighting position. "Start," George said as he took a step back. Something flashed. Then Pan flew backward, hitting the far side wall of the hall. In his place, Lara, who had just used her little fist to hit his stomach, was standing in a striking position, preparing for the counterattack that never came. The fight ended. It was an awkward silence. "Lady Lara wins," George said in a solemn voice. 0 points. "What the FCK?" someone exclaimed. Then all the brothers and sisters began to look between Lara and Pan, who slowly slid down into the ground, totally unconscious. "Holy shit, is she some kind of monster? What did they feed her?" Quote. Roy squinted his eyes, feeling a little smug, but looking at Lara, who was dusting her jumpsuit, then at Iris, who was whispering something in her ear and making her nod, he realized what was going on. "Should I have hit him softer?" Lara asked, relaxing a bit. "No, Lady Lara, you did just right. Men, take him to the infirmary," George said. "Next," he ordered, making Lara quickly bow in Pan's direction, then return to her position where Elle brought her some wet napkins to wipe her hand. "What?" someone asked. "Are there any other contests?" he asked, looking around. Everyone began to look around, but no one went up. "All of you here will be having a match with Lady Lara. This is the first test," George declared casually. Too casually, confirming Roy's guess. "A test?" Juju asked, looking at Iris, who nodded. "Yes, did you think that joining the family as legitimate heirs is easy? Look at the entrance cards you were given when you arrived here. Those are your scoring badges, each one of them has a little number 0 in its corner, that's how many points you have," George explained. "What?" everyone asked as they took out the badges that had their names and gave them a closer look. True, there was a number above their name. They thought those numbers were just decorations, and they had no idea that those badges were electronic devices in the first place. What kind of advanced tech was this? "For the next 3 weeks, we decided to give you a series of tests that will allow you to earn score points each," George said. "Those tests will be completely random and totally unexpected. Some will be easy and some will be hard, depending on your luck." "What's happening here is one of them?" one smart-ass guy asked. "Exactly, for you guys at the very least, you were lucky." He paused, not sure about that. "Your test this time was designed by Lady Iris and Lady Lara. It is a martial arts challenge. You will get 1 point for every hit you land on Lady Lara on stage," he said. In fact, this test was not about hitting Lara, but 2 other goals. The first was to test their courage, honor, and determination. And second was to get them hit badly enough, hoping to get them to awaken a regeneration skill after their ceremony. This new fact was found in the ancestral journal Victor got. "Ah, but we are not," one began to complain, while others tried to slip away, getting to notice the chained door. "The moment you entered this hall your fate was sealed, you were considered a part of this test." George cut them off. "What about the ones outside?" another asked, trying to grab the chain. It was real. "The door was locked. You better worry about yourself first. The others outside exploring this mansion will get their chances later," he said, with a smile that was definitely not a smile. "These tests will be supervised and randomly decided on by your legitimate half-brothers and sisters, so you better not anger them," he added, making everyone look at Iris, calmly waving at them. "Damn, bitch," Roy finally cursed inwardly. Iris made him come here on purpose. Still, she did tell him that there would be a test. A test. Was the test just hitting the little girl? No, he quickly figured something out. "Can't we not participate?" one fearful girl asked. "You can, but you will lose all the family benefits, including the monthly salary and the medical insurance we provide." "Ah, but I am afraid to get hit," one girl said, making Lara frown looking at her. Why were her new brothers and sisters so cowardly? Sure, they would be hit, but the family can quickly heal them, and they will grow stronger. She looked at her maids for answers, but they could only shrug, deciding not to inform her how scary she was earlier. There is a way out, George suddenly said, watching the dismayed heirs. You can choose to withdraw from this one test, but you will lose 10 points by doing so, and if by the end of all of these tests, you got less than 0 points, you will also be kicked out from the family and will lose all benefits regardless. The family does not raise cowards, George said. Will the other tests be like this? A boy who had thick glasses asked. Hesitatingly, I don't know, the tests' contents will be decided by their issuers, the legitimate heirs, he said. The test they choose for you might be easier or harder, it will depend on your luck. Ah, but, enough questions, Iris suddenly said. You will know everything later tonight at dinner. In fact, what I told you was already posted on the announcement board near the entrance, and it was the real first test, but only 3 read it, everyone else failed, she said, making everyone look at each other. Now, let's go, you, onto the stage, Iris said, pointing to Roy. Roy silently cursed again. He knew this was coming. Taking a breath, he decided to try his luck and slowly took off his shoes and walked into the stage barefoot. Although he was not a good fighter, he did learn martial arts, and he was a little confident in his stamina, which was honed by a few years of working as a delivery driver, going up and down countless staircases. Lara bowed. He bowed back respectfully, mirroring her action. She seemed pleased. Good, maybe she. Start, George announced. Roy could see it as the little girl reached his side in a flash. He wanted to dodge it, but his body didn't move fast enough. He could only use his fists to receive Lara's hit, and then he flew into the air, hitting the exact same spot Pan hit before him. 0 points, George began to announce as Roy slid down, blood pouring out of his mouth. Uncle George, give him 1 point, Lara said. He managed to hit my fist back, she said, raising her little fist and making Iris nod. Oh, then, 1 point, it is. Take him to the infirmary. George nodded as Lara returned to her position. Next. That was the last thing Roy heard before he completely passed out. What a nice girl. Ellipsis. It was about midnight when Cindy watched nervously as the old man returned from behind the large rock. The poor young man who was taken there was not with him, and it didn't take too much brain power to know what his fate was. The poison lord this time, the old man said absent-mindedly, sitting beside the bonfire and tending it slightly as he looked right into the flame. This doesn't add up, he kept saying. Too many variables. The girls didn't dare to make a voice. They just watched as he took off the cloak of his head, revealing his flowing silver hair and handsome face. Yes, he was old, but very handsome. More handsome than most of the men they saw in their lives, and this included pretty male toy slaves and elven princes. His build was sturdy, and through the tight garment, they could see the bulging muscles of his arms. And on top of that, he was a human. What was a human doing so deep in elf territory? Unimportant. Can a human be this handsome? They had no idea, as they lived their entire life in elven lands and the only full humans they met were slaves. This included their fathers. This guy was also very powerful. They could tell from the way he easily subdued the slavers. Could he be one of those legendary human hero legends? The girls didn't know what to think as they observed the handsome face in front of them. The more they looked, the more they got enchanted and hooked. It was an hour later when the old man turned to face them. Cindy and Yas, right? He asked, making the 2 girls nod as they looked at each other. They never told him their names. This meant he had an appraisal skill and more than 10 authority points. Yes, they both quickly answered. Where were they taking you? He asked, pointing to the tightly tied and chained still collapsed slavers. To a nearby town. There will be a market in the afternoon. Nearby town? Where is this place exactly? He asked. Ah, the windless desert, near the border of the Sun Elves territory. This is also near the boundary of the demon lands, Cindy said, some melancholy in her voice. Oh, the old man frowned, taking a map from his ring, the one he got from the slavers. He made the girls help him point out their location. Although they couldn't read, they were smart enough to pinpoint the location thanks to geographic features. I see now, this is far from human territory, he said, looking in one direction as if he was following an invisible thread. Yes, both the girls nodded. Oh, and how did the 2 of you end up as slaves with those guys? He asked. We were slaves before they bought us. We are not useful in the war, and our noble mistress didn't need dead weight when she left the fief, so she sold us to them, Cindy replied in a sad voice. In this world, authority and class decide everything. The war with the demons. Yes. Were you 2 born slaves? He asked. No, we were sold by our respective parents when we were young. They were refugees from the East, and they had no more money to feed us. We are just illegitimate half-blood daughters after all, she said, biting her lip. The East? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Yes, it was when the demon army advanced and the Sun Elves betrayed the Moon Elves, the other girl, Yas, answered. Some resentment in her voice. The old man seemed to have understood something. He nodded, deciding to change the subject. Oh, did you learn that tortoise-shell binding method from your parents or your previous master? He asked, pointing to the exotically tied slavers to the side. They were still knocked out. From our previous mistress, Cindy answered with a blush. This was the best way she knew to tie people. Not bad, the old man nodded. Will they wake up soon? Cindy asked nervously. I used a higher dose fearing the sedative would not work, but it seemed unnecessary. They should be fine by the morning, he said, then went silent, pondering about a few things. Can I ask a question? Cindy, who got her courage together, suddenly asked. You already did, the old man said dismissively. Seemingly he didn't mind. What do you plan to do with us? Cindy asked, biting her lip. What do you want me to do? He asked, raising one eyebrow and not giving an answer. Can we serve you? Cindy said, seemingly making up her mind. Oh, the old man raised one eyebrow. Are you into old men? He asked. No, not that, Cindy blushed. But, the two of us have been like sisters since we were young, and if you sold us, most likely we will end up in different places, she said. Tell the truth, he interrupted her coldly. He could tell she was lying. Please don't be angry, both Cindy and Yas knelt, as if intuitively. We just don't want to be sold. Nowadays there is only one job for half-breed slaves like us, either to serve the soldiers on the battlefields or as meat shields, especially in this frontier place, she said as she vibrated, shook with tears in her eyes. Oh, the old man seemed interested. You could have asked me nicely to find some good masters for you. We want to serve someone powerful enough, Cindy said, determination in her eyes. She was telling the truth, half of it. They also wanted a handsome master. You could have asked me for your freedom, he said. Two half-breed girls on the frontiers can't afford freedom, she quickly answered. You don't even know my name. What if I am some evil man who wants to control this entire world? He asked. He did have that dangerous air around him. You will be our master regardless. Cindy seemed determined. Then if you find someone stronger than me, you would leave? He asked. Someone younger, handsomer, he added, raising one eyebrow. We already saw how cruel the world is. Cindy shook her head. Her former mistress's army of handsome men all died not being able to scratch one demon general's shield. And half-breeds like them would never get to have a happy ending. They could only do their best to survive. And this old man was more handsome than all of them. Once you are our master, we will never betray until we die, or let us go, Cindy finally said after some hesitation. Then, as if reading each other's minds, she and Yas made a sign with their hands and then bowed down. This represented elven honor, something similar to a one-sided contract or a promise that the world observed. The old man paused as if reading something in midair, then he looked at them. How exactly can you serve me? He asked with a mischievous smile. Cindy looked at Yas, and then both of them stood up, then unwrapped the old garments that covered their bodies and let them fall to the ground, revealing their flawless bodies under the three moons' light. The answer was clear, in whatever way possible. Chapter 400. Rosette. Master. A servant ran into the patriarch's chamber, startling him and waking him from his nap on the dragon leather seat he wanted to sit on for his entire life. What, did Anne return? Marcos asked as he sat up abruptly. No, it is about young Master Bruno. You told us to keep an eye on the life jades. What about him? 1 hour ago, his jade cracked. What? Marcos stood up. Elder Tolin is already in the jaded room, and Bruno's mother, Lady Bruta, is also there. I will go join them, Marcos said with a heavy voice as he grabbed his clock and headed out. Bruno was his and Tolin's son, one of 5. Although not the best, he had a great future in front of him. He was the one who bravely volunteered to help trap Anne. Damn it. Ellipsis. Besides the already died-down campfire, Victor slowly opened his eyes, looking tenderly at the two half-elf girls who hugged him from both sides with satisfied smiles on their faces. All of them were covered by his black cloak as they lay on the dirt. He was surprised they lasted that long last night, but they really tried earnestly to prove their worth, and he was completely satisfied. Although they were very weak and technically useless, he decided to take care of them from now on. He slowly gave each a kiss on their forehead, deciding that they were now a part of his collection, Harem. After that, he slowly slid up then covered them back tightly with his cloak, leaving them to their dream. They would not wake up till noon. Standing up, he walked to the side, where he took a storage ring and from it, he poured some water onto himself, taking a quick shower. Since he had a lot of storage rings, he made sure to stuff them with all the necessities he might need, including more than a few gallons of water. Finishing, he took some new black garments from his storage space and put them on, hiding his muscular build. He sighed, thinking about what he learned yesterday. From Bruno's drunk mouth, he managed to get the gist of what was happening in the family. It all started with Tolin, who was working for the Poison Lord. He seemed to have given her the mission to control the Von Weiss family more than 50 years ago when in the Hall of Secrets she accidentally found an artifact that allowed her to talk to him. Ever since then, she and her lover, the Patriarch, had been secretly building their forces and setting things up for a grab. In fact, for the last 20 years or something, half of the Servant Awakening ceremony participants belonged to their faction, and many of those were not servants but full-fledged heirs. They have been using the mines for years as a breeding ground to harvest the bloodlines of those suitable female miners there. The Patriarch and his men who went there once a week to check on things were responsible for impregnating the suitable mothers. And there, they allowed those heirs to grow secretly, away from the prying eyes of Anne and her men, faking it as if they were good seedlings that were getting promoted. A few years ago they even managed to secure an awakening artifact and no longer needed to rely solely on the family's orb. Although it cost a lot of gems, could only give 2 authority max, and killed the participants 50% of the time, it was very useful to create an army of slaves over a 10-year period. Ariana, the Supreme Elder back then, being responsible for the mines, seemed to have figured out something coincidentally after one heir naturally got purple hair since birth. This prompted Marcos to get rid of her before she could put things together, and just by chance the gate incident happened, allowing him to use it. Yes, and the gate did vanish back then, but it was found about a month later in a deeper chamber, but they kept silent about it, fearing that Anne would send an army to conquer the dungeon and let Ariana out. Everything was ready for the grab when Anne died naturally from the poison they gave her. As the only thing they really feared were the hidden protectors who were tasked to oversee the succession. Sadly, it all began to crumble when Anne was cured overnight, and the second problem arose when the orb broke and Anne ordered the exploration of the mine and seemed to want to replace Tolin. They knew it was only a matter of time before she discovered something, so they decided to put their backup plan into action. Marcos quickly convinced her to do the trials for the tournament in the mines, and at the same time, they prompted the second branch to move to use them as a smoke screen and try to reduce their power as that they might try to revolt after Anne was gone. This would also make Marcos, who would lose his back support, appear weaker to the other branches so that they would not fear him grabbing power. Victor sighed. In the other timeline, their initial plan must have worked. This explained why his father was severely weakened back then, and why Mike, the prime heir, was killed and no real investigation was launched afterward. Victor suspected that Bill and the other elite heirs must have had similar experiences, but it was all wrapped up nicely. It would also explain why the protectors didn't intervene when the family was destroyed. Tolin must have secretly poisoned them at some point to avoid getting discovered. He was not sure, but this was the only logical explanation. Well, all of this was not his problem. His grandma would probably clean things neatly in a few days, once she figured out the entire plot. If she didn't by the time he was back, he would have more work to do. Victor sighed as he slowly flexed his muscles, then turned to the captive slavers. It was time to deal with those. They were still knocked out, except for one who had been awake since last night, trying to get out of her rope but kept failing miserably so she could only watch the show while pretending to be asleep. He was right, those with pure bloodlines were less susceptible to poisons. Latar, right? Victor asked as he took a wooden rocking chair from his storage space and then relaxed on it. After last night's action in the dirt, his back hurt. I didn't expect to see a pure castaway sun elf in my lifetime, he said, revealing that he already appraised her. She opened her eyes, not caring to pretend anymore. You are pretty impressive for an old man, a human nonetheless, she said, checking his body with her haughty eyes. Hidden deep within was a hint of disgust, not because he was old, but because he was a human. I don't need you to tell me that, he replied, smiling arrogantly. You have 3 old injuries, one on your back from wearing heavy armor for years, an arrow scar on your left knee, and lastly a hidden injury when a barbed whip penetrated your chest, barely missed your heart, and damaged your lungs. Combining all of this with the dragon breath on your body, if I had to guess, I would say you used to be one of those human paladins who survived the sacking of the Empire of Summery when the demons first arrived. I didn't think any of you would survive, she said, proving that she knew his identity and testing him at the same time. Quote. Victor paused. It took him a few seconds to comprehend what she said. I don't know what you are talking about, he replied stoically. He needed to go visit the sacked Empire of Summery, which might have some dragon artifacts. Shit, his to-do list kept getting longer. I believe you do. I guess it was my bad luck meeting an old fogey like you in the middle of nowhere, she sighed. She knew how bad her luck was better than anyone. No, I was the one who sought you. You have a guy the first was hunting, Victor replied. He was your bad luck. That barbarian? She asked, her eyes shining with a strange light. A barbarian? No, that guy was an otherworlder, I could smell it on him. Victor shook his head. I felt his arrival when I was meditating in my cave and hurried here to catch him. Too bad you got him before me. Oh, Latar frowned, seeming she already knew, but wanted to test Victor, and his answer was logical. What do you want with him? Nothing that concerns you. When you caught him, did he have any artifacts? Victor asked directly. No, he was naked, she replied truthfully. And you already took all our belongings, she added, some anger in her voice. True, damn, well, at least I got his heart. Still need 3 more, he whispered to himself. 3 what? She asked, as if she didn't hear the previous sentence. Nothing. What did you do for your tribe to make you an outcast? He asked, changing the subject. I thought you guys were really protective of your own. She hesitated. About 20 years ago, I disregarded my orders to retreat and decided to help one of the Moon Elves tribes when the demons advanced, she said, stubbornly. I have a lie detection skill, you know, he said in a cold voice. She looked away, her plan to play the feelings card failed. How high was his authority exactly to be able to use his lie detection on her? This was troublesome. Her only way out was to convince him that he needed her, then wait for a chance to strike. Then I guess you guys are no longer useful. It is time for you to move on, he said as he stood up. If you kill me, my tribe would definitely come after you. I might be an outcast, but the Sun Elves Covenant still protects my life. She said, I am more useful alive. Who said anything about killing? Victor frowned. I am going to sell you in the market. What? You can't do that. Latar lost her cool for the first time. She knew what it meant to be sold in a frontier. You were going to sell the other girls though, he said. They are filthy halves, she screamed, and even if you try to sell me, no one would dare to buy a Sun Elf here. There are always buyers for exquisite goods, I just have to go out of my way to search for one, he said. He was right, for every forbidden good, there would definitely be a buyer. No, wait, this is not legal, she began to stutter. Regardless, he said, taking a heated branding iron that he left in the campfire all night and bringing it toward Latar. This was the slave branding artifact he found in their luggage. Pretty useful. Wait, just wait, she quickly yelled. I know something that might interest you, she quickly said. What? He asked impatiently. You have to promise to let me go first. You have to make an oath. Depends on the info. What is this about? I know the place with some other worlders, she said nervously, making him pause. I can tell you everything, just let me go, she said in a hoarse voice and watched as his eyes showed interest. She just needed to spin her words carefully from now on. If she didn't tell lies, he would not be able to know if she kept some important details. Well, this would depend on the credibility of what you will say, he paused, putting away the branding iron with interest. Let me get you a drink first, so we can talk clearly, he added. Ellipsis. Thank you again, officer. Abe sat up in bed and told the police officer who helped him out. For the last 3 days, he had been locked in a warehouse and seemingly suffered a case of dehydration and lost consciousness. He woke up in the hospital. It is our duty, young man, the officer said. Don't worry, we will check on Lady M. If she is as notorious as you said, I will make sure to arrest her myself. He said as he stood up. Please do catch that bitch. Abe said. Don't use that kind of language, young man, the officer scolded lightly. He seemed a little offended. Now rest up. I hope you get well soon, the officer said, leaving the room and closing the door behind him, then slowly left the hospital. He headed to his nearby parked police car and drove away until he reached a lakeside on the edge of the city where he got out, then found a brick, putting it on the gas pedal, he let the car go into the lake. Making sure the car was below the water, he turned and walked away, not as a man, but as a hot redhead young woman known as Margaret or Lady M. Finished already? Lynn, who was waiting for her in a nearby car, asked. Yup, the brainwashing drug seems to have worked perfectly, hopefully, nothing bad will happen, she said, looking at the backseat where Hannah was sitting. It will be okay. I don't know where you guys get that wine, but by using it with normal memory manipulation pills, they would be enough to permanently change the memory of a mortal like that bastard. Hannah said. You could have used a normal brainwashing talisman though, it had already proved useful as the Players' Council had been using it to erase witnesses' memories for ages. Why go the extra mile? She asked. Brainwashing talismans might not be strong enough if the other side decided to dig deep and use some kind of super skill or an artifact, and we are modifying memory, not erasing them. I just hope that all of our preparations would not be necessary, Margaret sighed as Lynn started the car. Ellipsis. So, your tribe found a few other worlders about 2 decades ago? He asked. Yes, they were lost in the desert and we easily fooled them and then captured them. Latar, who was now unchained, sitting on a table against Victor said as she drank another gulp, this was the best wine she had ever had. She needed to recommend this pub to her friends. Did they really expect us to help them? Damn, filthy humans. No offense, she said, raising her cup to him. None taken, he said, feeling a little sad about the amount of wine he had to use to drug her. She was a really heavy drinker. So, what did they do to them? We killed the men while keeping the women for breeding. Halves might be filthy, but they have their uses, she explained. It was a mistake though, she sighed. What do you mean? He asked. He was sure that the group from his family who crossed the portal 2 decades ago must have appeared somewhere in this desert. Although the portal threw people at random locations due to its movements, it couldn't be too far. For example, he found Bruno earlier after walking just for 2 hours. One of them managed to get hold of one of our locking artifacts when she was in the breeding chamber. Not only did she kill the guy who was impregnating her, she managed to free the others and they escaped. She said, damn it, if it was not my shift at that time, I wouldn't have been punished. It was bad luck, he said. Damn it, that's what I said. I just happened to have gone out at that hour to get something to eat. But those old witches only told me that bad luck shall be my curse for the next 100 years. Damn it, couldn't you get them a few replacement slaves or something? He asked. No, those guys were special, they had some kind of dragon bloodline, those became extra rare after the sacking of Zeremai, she sighed. You guys helped the demons back then, right? Victor asked as he thought of something. Ah, don't say it like that, we would never band with the demons. Latar said, looking around, making sure no one was listening. We just led our warriors who were in the palace to help take the royal family to a safe place to protect them. It would be a waste for their bloodline to die, she said. This caused the empire to fall. It was only a matter of time. What if the demons attacked you next? Didn't you think of that? Don't blame me, I was still young back then, and no one would ever help a human. She sighed. The elders didn't expect that the demons who were pretty weak would be so treacherous, hiding their true strength, she sighed. Well, they got punished for their mistakes in the end when the moon elves failed to defeat the demons. We just wanted to weaken them a bit. We didn't expect the surge to be so fierce and by the time we sent out men, the moon elves were already defeated, she shrugged. Victor looked at her with disgust. The elves, stupid pride and racism was their downfall. So, where are those other worlders now? He asked. They escaped into the human lands in the west, she said. Though I heard that some demon general appeared somewhere on an island there, so I guess they will soon regret not staying in our hidden forest. They will, Victor said. Well, I guess I have to go catch them before the demons get to them. What can you tell me about them? 5 women, very strong. I didn't get their names though. Human names are stupid, she said. And why would I care for mere breeding slaves? You must know that this info is not enough, he said. Well, I know something, she said, whispering now. One of them, she was pregnant when we got her. She gave birth in the forest to a very beautiful girl even for a human. She had a strange bloodline or something, apparently. One of the prince liked her at first sight, and decided to take her as his personal toy. If she is still alive, that girl must still be in the inner palace, she said, making Victor frown and activate his fate eyes again. All the fate threads were still pointing to the west, but one of them was slightly to the north. This must be it. Can you remember her mother's name? I told you. Wait, I think it is something like a flower or a rose. Rosette, Victor asked. Yes, that's it. Shit, that girl was probably his half-sister. Another damsel in distress for the ever-growing list. Chapter 401, The Temple. So this is our destination, the old master inquired as his newly acquired, elven horse-drawn carriage reached a large town, surrounded by a stone wall. Yes, master, Cindy said, it is the last town before the frontier. Behind it there are only a few miles of desert until we reach the death gorge that separates us from the demon lands. She quickly added, she had long figured out that her new master was a hermit who had no idea about a lot of things. Death Gorge? ? Quote. Yes, it is this huge and deep ravine that no one was ever able to explore. It runs the entire width of the continent with only a few bridges over it connecting the two sides. Cindy explained. In the past, it was the old borderline for some old human empire. After that empire fell, it became borderline with the demons and the first line of defense. Although the demons crossed it many times, pushing the defenses with great numbers. The temple always managed to push them back behind it. She said with stars in her eyes. The temple, the old master asked again. Was I in seclusion for so long that the world changed this much? He added. The Defenders Temple is a multi-racial organization, in the past, was a minor sect that preached about the demons, danger, but no one believed them. Still, about 300 years ago, when the demons first arrived, they grew in importance after proving their worth on the battlefield. They managed to become the strongest force, managing to repel the demons and defeat them repeatedly. Yas explained this time, if only the matriarch of the Moon Elves didn't stubbornly refuse their help, maybe we wouldn't have been decimated in the last breach, she sighed. How can someone who came to help you selflessly be so bad? Oh, they do sound sketchy as hell, the old master commented in an inaudible voice. They run this place now. Yes, they took it upon themselves, the mission to control and guard the border towns after all the world's kingdoms decided to withdraw their troops from the desert that was not worth protecting. They also have missionaries all over the world. Cindy explained. They hunt demons everywhere as they have some technique to discover the ones who hide among people. They do not discriminate against any race. Cindy explained. I see, do they also control the sale of all demon-repelling weapons? He asked. Yes, their skills and weapons are super effective against those demons. Yas said, they can even cure their poisons. Oh, they also help the poor and the needy, they are the best thing that ever happened in this gloomy world. Cindy added, if they are so good, why is there a thriving slave trade everywhere here? He asked. They don't interfere in worldly manners, Yas replied. They say their part is to only help. How convenient, he said. Oh, can anyone join them? He asked. I am not sure, Yas frowned. I know this, Cindy answered. They only accept very powerful people, and the recruitment is done directly by their bishops. I am sure they would accept master though. She brightened up. I am sure they would, he said as the carriage reached the town gate where two old guards stood. Both of them were half-breeds, having some ogre blood that was evident by their large builds and ugly faces. Slow down, one guard in steel armor ordered. What have you got there? He asked, looking at the collapsed people in the cage. Merchandise for the morning market, the old master replied. It is already noon, I will be selling at a loss. Do you have paperwork for these merchandises? The guard asked. And I also need some ID. Sure, the old master said, taking a bunch of copper coins and handing them to the guard. He got those when he caught the slavers. Everything seems in order, carry on, the guard nodded, gesturing for the wagon to move on. Thanks, the old master nodded. By the way, do you know any good honest dealer that might accept some perfectly legal merchandise? He asked as the wagon began to move, tossing a sliver in the guard's hand. Go to the old street, it is the one next to the temple. Ask for old Timber, tell him old Jock sent you, the guard said. Understood, the old master replied and the carriage entered the town. Chaotic. This was the best way to describe this place, as the streets were filled with beggars, refugees, merchants, and random adventurers who came to accept the temple's requests, fight the demons in the frontier, and try to get their level up at the same time. They were of all races of this world, humans, elves, dwarves, and halves. The town is considered a safe place as crime is completely forbidden. So many people prefer to stay here even in the streets, to being outside where they can be kidnapped and sold for the flimsiest reason, Cindy explained. I don't see any guards though, the old master asked. The temple doesn't use guards. Even the ones outside belong to the town hall, and are there just for the taxes, Cindy said. The temple seems to have some kind of artifact that can quickly discover any crimes committed inside the walls, and if anything happens, they will immediately dispatch a group of priests. Quote. This doesn't make any sense. Does that mean if I pickpocketed someone the temple would know? He asked with a frown. Selling slaves in public doesn't seem to be a crime. I don't know, but there was an incident like that in the past, and the priest really did find the thief. She said. You know a lot about this place, he said, as his mind turned, adding more random missions to his list. Damn it, the first time we were sold, we were brought here, we spent 6 months in training, she said in a sad voice. I see, the old master slowly patted the sad half-elf's hair as the wagon slowly made its way through the streets. After asking a few passers-by, it quickly found its way toward the temple, the tallest building in town. Along the way, they saw a group of monks in white dresses passing the streets and heading to the gate while totally ignoring all kinds of sketchy peddlers who were shouting for their goods. The old master gave them a fleeting look, then shook his head and began inspecting the peddlers. Weapons. We have weapons, used only once, some never used. We buy girls, any girl. We buy corpses, sir, do you have a corpse? No, too bad. We have girls, humans, elves, dwarves, have ogres too if interested. Map of the desolate lands, buy one, get a coffin reserved for free. Men. We have men, pretty men, ugly men, straight men, gay men, all kinds of men. Exotic spices. Can turn your girl into a whore. Artifacts. We have artifacts, absolutely not fake. Hats. We have hats. Horses, normal horses, elven horses, dwarven horses. Bridge pass. We have spare bridge passes. Bridge pass. The old master stopped the wagon and asked. Yes. The peddler quickly ran to his side. To go into the desolate lands, you need to cross the holy bridge, you need a pass of that. Oh, wouldn't it be usually sold at the temple? Cindy quickly asked, fearing that her master would be tricked. Don't worry, these ones are totally legit. The peddler quickly said, some people just don't make it to the bridge, they die of totally natural causes, and we happen to find their passes, the peddler said, not hiding a thing. Those who came here without sufficient power didn't deserve to cross the bridge. Oh, how much for one? The old master asked. The temple sells them for a gold piece each, I will take 7 silvers. The peddler said, but you will need one for each of you, I can give you a discount, he added. No need, give me one, and I will take one of the maps too, the old master said, making the 2 half-elf girls look at each other worriedly as he inspected the strange green jade token the peddler threw to him. Don't worry, the old master said, hugging the 2 girls as the peddler left with his money. I don't plan to sell you, he said. This is just for a trip I may make. In the future, you are too weak to follow me, he said. Is master planning to go into the desolate land to fight demons? Cindy asked worriedly. Who knows, the old man didn't reply as the wagon stopped next to a dark alley right before the temple. I am looking for old timber, the old man asked one peddler who was selling a group of macho men chained to a wall. Slavery seemed to be the norm here. There, the peddler pointed, not toward the alley, but to a large gilded store right opposite the temple's gate. Typical. They quickly headed there. Old timber. The old master asked an old dwarf who was sitting on a high chair smoking a pipe in front of his store that clearly sold clothes for the temple. Yes. Old Jock said you buy perfectly legal merchandise here. I do. The girls. No, the ones in the back. Old Timber jumped from his high chair and slowly walked behind the carriage, his eyes sparkled when he noticed the unconscious Latar. We don't accept sun elves, too much trouble. Then I guess I will go somewhere else. I will make an expedition. How much? 1 gold for each, 10 for the elf. Double it. Impossible. Quote. 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 Fine, the dwarf said as he gestured to 2 burly men who grabbed the unconscious slavers and then dragged them toward the dark alley in the back. Good to do business with you, the old master said, as he counted the money and then put them in his pocket. If you ever need some fine goods, or want to sell, come find me, the old dwarf said. The old master nodded and drove the carriage away, giving the temple's door a fleeting glance. Where to now? Cindy asked, slightly relieved that their new master didn't really sell them. Maybe she should thank him tonight, hee. Find an inn, the old master said. I need to show you my cauldron, he added, making both of the girls look at each other. Cauldron, was this a new term for? Ellipsis. Wow, Julian said as he left the hotel. They were in a grand city with tall skyscrapers and many sceneries. This city is really big, I couldn't believe such a place existed in such a remote area. He said, don't get fooled by how prosperous this place is, it is a completely sinful city with many shady things going on in the background, Lily said. The kingdom of Orva is made out of only this city that had absolutely no natural resources or industries, can you imagine how they make their money? Ah, crime, not if it is legal here. What, as long as you have money, there is nothing you can't get here. From drugs to slavery, it is all accepted, Lily sighed. This place is also a runaway hub for all the corrupt politicians, let alone overthrown kings and dictators in the world. They come here with tons of cash or gold bars to start a new life and enjoy their retirement. Ah, wouldn't their original countries ask for them? They can, but no one will care unless one of the oligarchs intervenes. This place is under the protection of the Ashflint family, Lily said as they reached a grand casino next to the hotel where many luxurious cars were stopping and dropping off VIPs. It seemed that there was some kind of event. Welcome to the Grand Ash Auction. Do you have an invitation? The guard at the door asked politely. He didn't mind the masks on their faces as many auction attendants wore masks due to the exotic nature of this auction. No, just tell your young master Liam that someone came for his debt, Lily said flatly. Ah, please wait a moment, the guard frowned, but didn't dare to be disrespectful. The aura Lily was projecting was that of someone very important. Debt? Julian asked as the two of them were guided into a waiting room. Just something Victor scammed, he has no use for it, and it will get us into the auction easily and get us what we need, just play along, she said. Oh, why not use that purple token instead? Julian asked. He saw her use it in the airport when they left Vane City. It made everything very easy. I don't want to leave a trail, but I don't mind using it if things got troublesome, Lily casually replied. She would use her iron bat first though. 5 minutes later the door of the waiting room opened, and a fat young man entered with a group of very muscular guards. Julian sighed, it was clear this young man was not going to cooperate. Who are you? Liam asked. I came with a letter from the Emperor, Lily said in a fake voice, giving Liam a golden piece of paper. No, a better description for it would be a bill. Saved your fucking life 4 times to 40 lives. Fed you 22 cans of superior beans to 220 cans of superior beans. Fed you 19 AAA meat steaks to 190 AAA meat steaks. Gave you 1 authority point to 10 authority points, you better pay those or else. Training and discipline costs $11,200,000 to $112 million. Please pay my representative by the end of the day or by the contract you will be considered this seat's slave. My representative can give you more time if needed. You better not anger her. His Majesty, the Emperor of the world, Conqueror of Demons, Vic Volt, ellipsis. Is this place really inside the cauldron? Cindy asked as she looked around. They were in a virgin forest surrounding a small stone hut. Master, you really have many secrets. Yes, this is where I stay when I train, and the place where you will live from now on, the old master said. I plan to be somewhere dangerous, and you shall be safe here, he added. Master is planning to go to the demon lands. Yes, he said. He planned to do more than that though, and the girls being with him was not feasible. As long as Master remembers to come take care of us, we don't mind staying here, Yas said. But please be careful, don't worry, he sighed. How about I tell one more secret, he said. What? Both girls asked then gasped as the old master slowly turned into a young man. Not just a young man, a very handsome young man, no, beyond handsome. This is what I truly look like, he said, revealing his entire charm just as a test. What's wrong with you? He asked with a frown, but the 2 half-elf girls who opened their mouths like dead fish had no answer. Their batteries must have died. I guess I will have to recharge you, he said as he dragged the stunned girls into the newly built hut. Chapter 402, The Gorge. It was as esteemed grandmother expected. Mike said as soon as he returned to the strange cave they were hiding in. This place was under the sea, next to the main island. It seemed to be a secret base of some sort. They are gathering the heirs for some kind of assessment, he added, looking down from the control room at the kids who were training martial arts down below under the supervision of many elders. This was his grandmother's secret base. Oh, perfect, I was worried they would take their fucking time, Anne said, looking at Mike. She wanted all the traitors to show themselves to grab them in one move. Was the rest of the heirs settled? She asked. Yes, but they were not pleased. Did you have to lock them up like that? Mike asked. One of them was the poisoner, and he must be working for Marcos. If not for him, I would have not hurried down there. She said. I can't trust them now, beside you and Alice that is, she sighed. I understand, Mike said, squeezing his fist. When can we check the jaded room? He asked. He was worried about his brother. Don't worry about Victor, that kid is more resourceful than you can imagine. She said, with a strange twinkle in her eyes. Follow me, she said, leaving the control room. Mike frowned and quickly followed as she guided him through the intricate tunnels, and after walking for half an hour, Mike didn't dare to talk, and Anne was not in the mood for a chat. In the end, they seemed to reach their destination when Anne stood in front of a huge door and took a deep breath. This is the center of the main island, right under the main hall. Normally, only the patriarch can come here, she said, seemingly hesitating for a moment. Mind your manners, she said as she pushed the door open, then walked in followed by Mike into the dark hall. She bowed. Mike quickly imitated her. Anne greets the protectors, she said, bowing down. You may raise, an old voice said, making Mike rise up and slowly make out the details in the darkness. In the center of the hall, there was a large crystal that stretched all the way into the ceiling, and inside of it, Mike could make out a black heart that was slowly beating. Around the crystal, on black jade beds, 4 extremely old men were sitting in a lotus position. It was as if the crystal was a bonfire and they were sitting around it to get warm on a cold day. Protectors, I will need your help, Marcos, Anne said toward the men. We already saw what happened. We see everything, but Marcos is the patriarch. 3 of the men said, making Anne's face change. Without the protectors, she would be in a very shitty situation. But that bastard dared to collide with outsiders, so he lost his right, the last old man said, making Anne sigh in relief as all of them looked at her. The atmosphere was no longer cold. Lass, ever since you were a brat, you like to use others, one man said, sighing. I learned from the best, she answered. Haven't you been creating some kind of army with unique bloodlines? The other asked. Why not use them? They are not ready, their level is just too low, and I don't want bloodshed in the family, she said, telling the truth. Indeed, well said. Another protector sighed. In his breath, Mike could feel the aura of a ferocious beast. But if you need us to appear, you would have to deploy the barrier, or the world would attack us. Don't worry, I already contacted Theodore, and he is taking care of it. She said, we need it anyway in case they try to escape. Good, the last one finally spoke. Hopefully, you will not let them trick you again, he said. Ah, I don't know how they did it. Marcos seemed to have somehow cured the SSS-ranked poison I used on him to keep him in check, and that bastard must have found some loophole in the contract I made him sign. I just didn't expect him to have the balls, she explained. And for the last few years, I couldn't really directly oversee anything due to my poisoning. You know that the only one I truly trust was Ariana. Regardless, you were the one who made him patriarch. To begin with, if he didn't collide with outsiders, we wouldn't have helped you. Let this be a lesson for you, he said. This young one knows. Anne bowed. May I know who he collided with? A brat who thinks he is too smart. He is way above your league. Don't care about him, one old man said. He can't enter this world anyway, so we just have to take care of his minions. Ah, Anne didn't like not getting the answers she wanted, but those old foggies were not cooperating. Is this one Theodore's son? One protector suddenly asked, pointing to Mike with his bony hand. Yes, I think he is the best candidate for the patriarch's seat, Anne said. Oh, indeed, that strange high-grade bloodline that runs through Theodore, runs in him too, one old man said, as he raised his head and took a whiff of Mike's smell. Bruce would not like that, another old man said. It was as if he was teasing Anne. Bill, Bruce's kid is too aggressive and calculating, he is not suitable to be a patriarch, Anne quickly said. You two are very aggressive and calculating, the first old man interrupted. Ah, and look where I ended up. She confessed, every age has its needs. She added, indeed, we will test Bill when the time comes, the last protector said. And we will test you too, he told Mike, who kept his silence. He didn't care for all of this at the moment, he was just really worried about Victor, wanting to hurry to the jaded room to check on his life jade. Ellipsis. So, you sold the girls in the end? The guard asked as the old master left the town alone just before dawn. They were too naughty for a man my age, and I found a good master for them, Victor replied, thanks for the hospitality. He added, throwing a piece of silver to the man. Our pleasure, going to the demon lands. That's the plan, maybe find some artifact to pay for my retirement, and I also need to get my level up, he said. He checked things in town. Many people who came here had only one goal, and that was to cross into the demon lands to kill demons and level up. Some chose to do missions for the temple or go after bounties, but as an old man, Victor knew that it was not reasonable to act like a youth, so he made up a reason. As people leveled up, their lives increased. This was a known fact, so many old men who feared death more than demons tended to try their luck beyond the gorge. We all do when we grow older, the guard nodded. If you got anything good, make sure to return before the auction in 5 days, it would be a waste to have to wait for 3 months to sell your loot. Can't the shops take it? The money is in the auction. The old guard simply said. I see, thanks man. Take care, and be careful on the road. If I were you, I would stick to the right side of the road. When it is this late, some boys go out to play and might mistake you for a demon. Noted, Victor said, throwing another silver to the guard before leaving. He wanted to leave earlier, but the girls in the cauldron seemed to have gone berserk after making them see what he really looked like when he activated all his bloodlines. He had to knock them out after 10 rounds or they would have really died of exhaustion without realizing it. He only tried his charm on Lily before, and she was the one who told him not to reveal it to the rest of his harem. She was right, he did try looking at himself in the mirror, it was a mistake. He almost turned gay for real if he didn't remember that the handsome man who was looking back at him was himself. His charm was really too fatal. He sighed, checking on the cauldron one last time by sending his consciousness into it. The cauldron as a whole was divided into 12 compartments. 6 upper ones that were suitable to be lived in and 6 lower ones that were meant to store materials. At the moment he had 3 separate groups of girls. The ones Rita got, and were still building a village, the ones Tom got and were still in the phase of recovery and were starting to train in the manual he left them. That dark scion Mavis was still plotting escape too. He needed to find a good place to dump her, but this place was not safe for mortals. Wait, if he let them out here, could they become players? Maybe he would try something in the morning. In the last compartment, he left the 2 half-elves who needed some long sleep. The hut they were in was relocated by Victor from the village, and he planned to leave it as his resting place. Damn it, he had many things to do and he needed some time before some idiots swallowed the baits he scattered, so the first thing to do for now was to leave town to provide an ally and maybe go take a look at the Death Gorge. Places like that usually had treasures at their bottom. Victor slowly made his way toward the gorge following the official road. Along the way, he encountered many random groups who were casually hanging around or returning from the demon lands with spoils. Still, Bai made sure to stick to the right side of the road as the old guard told him no one touched him. This must have been some rule between the locals. It took him about 2 hours to reach the gorge, and it was already dark with the clear sky illuminated by 2 moons. Victor sighed as he looked around. This gorge was by all means far larger than anything he expected. It was as if a huge sword slashed the earth, separating the 2 sides and leaving mirror-like cliffs. Its width was about 300 feet, and its depth was immeasurable. He couldn't see its bottom when he looked down, not even with his enhanced eyes. Between the 2 sides, a huge 20-foot wide bridge stood majestically. It was constructed out of some strange metal that made it appear as if it was cast from one piece. Everlasting tungsten. Oh, he heard about this material, one of the toughest materials around. It is not rare, but not common either. Its perk though was the fact that mining it is a nightmare as it would require mithril-made pickaxes, and even with them it was very tricky as any cuts made over it would usually heal up with the slightest mana in the air, so it required some specialized techniques to separate. And even after managing to get some chunks, working it is nearly impossible as it would always return to its primary shape no matter how hard it was forged. He read once that working it was one of the secrets of the dwarfs, but their technique could only create small objects, nothing like this. Is this your first time here? One guard asked as Victor reached the entrance of the bridge. Unlike the ones in town, this one was dressed in white and had the strange temple symbol on his sleeves. Yes, this is amazing. How the hell did they build such a thing? Victor asked. He was considering stealing the technique. No idea. An ancient artifact, it was built way before the time of the Blight King, he said. Oh, Victor said with disappointment. He had no idea who this Blight King was. He needed to visit some library, but those were only available in big cities in this world. Do you have a pass? The guard asked. Yeah, Victor nodded, taking out the token he got earlier. You can go then, the guard said, grabbing the pass. Thanks, Victor said, giving the guard one last look before he turned and began walking on the bridge. By the way, how deep is this gorge? He asked. No one who ever descended returned, the guard said, shrugging his shoulders. If you intend to take a look, be careful around the edges, it acts like quicksand, and might drag you down. Thanks again, Victor nodded, throwing the man a silver that the latter gladly took. Rowan Katarda, abnormal state, slave, S. Class, warrior, authority, 4, level, 33, bloodline, elf 40%. This guy was a slave too. The same with the temple guards he noticed in town at the temple door. The temple definitely was not a good thing. They were either trying to control the world by leveraging their power to slowly expand, or they had already fallen for the demons. Hopefully, he was on. Why making baseless assumptions? If not, he would have to go give them a visit and ask some questions. Victor sighed, and as an old man he slowly made his way across the bridge, trying to appraise it all the way. Still, nothing could be found about its builder, just some strange symbols. He could use his AkaIchi scholar skill against them, but he only got 2 more activations this month and he didn't want to waste them here. Such a skill was very valuable in another world that had many variables. Soon he reached the other side, where there was a tower guard by a gatekeeper. Off to hunt demons? The guard asked. Yes, I lost all my money raising a few ungrateful girls, now I have to go to work to get a few more. Victor sighed. I see, do you have suitable weapons? The guard nodded with a friendly smile as he casually checked Victor's gear. I am a wizard, Victor said, raising a black wooden cane. It was curved using poison from some very durable wood, making it look like some very cheap wizard cane. I am also an expert in hand-to-hand fighting techniques. I trained it in bed, with many beautiful. Ah, take care then, the guard interrupted in an uninterested and a little disappointed voice, as he put away the talisman hidden in his hand. This guy was not a prey worth robbing. Kids these days, Victor sighed, shaking his head. If only they knew how much I FCKED their mothers in my youth, they would treat me with respect, calling me FA. His voice trailed off as he got away, leaving the guard who stood for a moment trying to comprehend what he just heard. Was he just cursed at? Wait, he wanted to say something, but to his surprise, there was no one in front of him as the old man was already 100 feet away. Damn it, I will break his fucking jaw when he returns. The guard silently cursed. If he knew how vulgar this old man was, he would have marked him, allowing the men to go beat the fuck out of him. Victor didn't care, as he just crossed the bridge to end his trial. He was not planning to go into the demon's territory yet. So as soon as he was far enough from the bridge, he slowed down and looked around. He was planning to return to the gorge and explore it. Out of nowhere, a 3-headed lizard demon attacked right from underneath VCIR. It was as if it was waiting in the sand. Slash. The man-eating sand lizard lost its life in one slash. Sadly it was only at level 20, not enough to give Victor much experience. Did demons here react in the same way they did in his world? Victor wondered as tried to grab its corpse, but it disintegrated, leaving behind a black gem and a skill book. Sand ambush, F. Yes, it was the same. When a demon died, the world seemed to absorb its corpse and leave behind something that reflected the demon's ability. It was the same when he got the shadow-shifting ring after killing that demon. This is what that old guard talked about. They must be doing an auction or something for demon-acquired artifacts. He must go take a look. I will also return to hunt here later, he said to the desert, facing east before turning and heading back to the gorge to a place far from the bridge. Along the way 2 more low-level demons attacked him. Sadly this time they didn't drop anything as their level was under 10. Reaching the gorge, Victor sighed as he slowly approached. Moments later it was as if something was dragging him down, making him use all his strength and step back while preparing his sword. There was nothing. It was the ground near the edges. As the guard said, it acted like quicksand. Assimilating silica, 72%. Shit, he cursed as he appraised it. This place was full of strange materials, just like his world would become after the reckoning. Victor slowly activated his levitation skill, making sure everything was working. He slowly approached the edge of the gorge and looked down. It was bottomless. Putting on a couple of defensive talismans, he slightly activated his bloodline, making 2 pairs of draconic wings spring on his back. He slowly spread them and then jumped. Although he could use his levitation skill to go down, from experience he preferred to use his wings as he was not sure if there was some artifact that interfered with skills down below. Slowly he began to be destined, the gorge around him becoming darker and darker. forcing him to transform his eyes also. Now he could see, barely. Strangely enough, nothing changed after he declined for more than 300 feet. This place was deeper than he expected, and it had a strange feature. As the deeper he got, the clearer the air got. It was as if the sand was not falling here. Looking around, he realized why. The cliffs, it was as if they were mirrors, but they were made of glass, as they were absorbing the sand, and integrating it with them. Victor was beginning to consider leaving for now, and delaying the exploration when he felt a change. All of a sudden his health bar began to decline. He quickly moved his wings and flew up for 10 feet or so, and the health decline stopped. "What is going on?" he asked as he appraised everything around him. He could see nothing, nothing at all, just the normal cliffs. Thinking for a moment, Victor activated his Akashic Scholar skill and asked, "Why did my health decline? 10 order points required. Less than yes greater than less than no greater than." He quickly paid. "Death energy." Oh, the answer was helpful. Like hell. Wait. Victor frowned as he looked down, and strangely enough, he became able to see it, a black viscous smoke-like matter that filled the entire gorge below him. Did using the Akashic Record skill enhance his appraisal? Or was it the opposite? His realizing the existence of the energy allowed him to see and appraise it. He had no idea. The question was now what to do. He took a healing pill, activated a few more protection talismans, and decided to try to descend once more. As he descended, his health bar began to decline. The more he descended, the faster it emptied. He was able to get 30 more feet, but had to go right up again. The more he went down, the more concentrated this death energy became. Strange. What was this? He had never really read about anything like this. Could it be that there is no way down? Victor was a little reluctant. The fact that this place was protected by this energy meant that the bottom was full of treasures. How to overcome death energy? Victor finally asked the Akashic Record. It was his last question this month, but he was really tempted. 9,999,999,999,999 order points required. Less than yes greater than less than no greater than. Victor pressed yes. Error. Inquiry failed. Go fuck yourself. Victor cursed. He was really considering that he should have used the underflow bug on the order points instead of on the authority. Damn it, he felt poor. He could only work hard and slowly accumulate order points using his physical strength and labor. He paused. Earlier, his Chaos Dragon body was able to withstand the pull of space. What if it could also overcome death energy? Deciding to confirm this, Victor first used his disguise to hide any energy that might leak. Then he activated his bloodline, making his hair turn white, his eyes turn gold, 2 long horns grow from his forehead, and his wings expand 3 times as a dragon tail sprung from his back. He felt powerful. Taking a deep breath, slowly, he began to descend. Foot after foot, he slowly smiled. He was right. His health bar was not decreasing, but his stamina and mana were tough. It was very slow, as if his body was resisting the death energy's erosion. Victor quickly took a stamina pill and a mana pill. They were enough. Good, Victor said as he quickened his descent. He descended, then descended even more. Slowly, he was getting impatient and began to speed up, keeping his eye on his health bar. Then he descended. Down and down he went. It was really deep. Really, really deep. Was there no end to this? He was seriously getting bored. If only he could call Margaret. He would have really enjoyed some chat. Damn, he tried looking through the eyes of his blood slaves. There was nothing interesting, just the usual. Tom, that pervert, was really making him angry. Damn it. Just when Victor was really considering it was no longer worth it, he spotted something, the bottom. It was way deeper than he ever expected, as it was more than 20,000 feet. He slowed down, intending to touch down, then he abruptly stopped 1 foot above ground, moving his wings to stabilize himself. What was below his feet was not soil, but corpses, mountains after mountains of what appeared to be fresh corpses that had just died. Chapter 403, Treasures. Liam sweated a little bit, as he looked at the bill he had to pay. For the last month, he decided to consider that the authority point he got was just a fluke, and not the Emperor's doing, as according to the family elder he asked, authority points could only be granted by awakening or leveling up. That's why he brought the men, intending to pay Vic, then kicking his ass after settling the debt. However, he quickly discovered that his assumptions were wrong when the girl gave him Vic's letter. In his very soul, he knew it was true. For a moment he considered not paying and kicking those two out, but then he could feel it, something rapping on his heart like a hand squeezing it slightly. It was the contract. Damn it, So the authority was Vic's doing. How? Damn it, where the hell was he going to get those 10 authority points from? Did they sell them online? Impossible, let alone the owed money that would render him in debt for the next 3 years. He was in deep shit. What would happen if he didn't pay? He would become Vic's slave. Never. He had to play this no matter what. Master, shall we? One of the burly men who accompanied him as guards asked. Get out, he ordered the men. He was not going to let them see him get humiliated. Get the fuck out, he added as he kicked the last of the men out of the room, then closed the door and turned to face his debtors. So, the masked girl who seemed to be the emperor's envoy said in a cold voice. There was an iron bat in her hand now. Ah, this bitch was a player too. Damn it, 1 minute, he said as he turned back again, opened the door, and grabbed the bag that one of the men had before shutting the door in his face. This bag has all the things I borrowed. He decided to finish with those things first, the shield, sleeping bed, and some other things that he didn't wish to remember. The girl nodded, taking the things off his sweaty hand, and then putting them in her storage ring without even looking. And the stuff on the letter. Ah, I will be able to give them to you in an hour or so, except for one that might need some more work. The authority? She asked. The bitch clearly knew. Yes, I couldn't find 10 people with authority yet, he said. This was his solution. 10 people each with 1 authority. Sadly, semi-players are not that easy to capture as slaves. Why would I want 10 people? I need 10 authority points directly. The girl said coldly. This is like giving me a sandwich in someone else's stomach. What the hell can I do with it? She scolded. Ah, but I need the authority points directly transferred. It is not like I have some way of squeezing them out of people, she said. For a strange reason, he felt that she was lying. Impossible. And how can I transfer them to you? He asked. That's the problem, he had no idea how Vic did it before. There are many ways, she said, shrugging. I heard there is something called authority talismans and artifacts. We can accept those. Oh, where can those be found? He asked as his eyes began to sparkle. He had never heard of such things. I have no idea, it is your problem. She said, get me some worth 10 authority points, or become a slave. Damn bitch, Liam silently cursed. Ah, can you give me some time then? He asked directly. Possible, but I need the money and the owed lives, now. After that, if you do me some favors, I might give you an extension on the debt, she said as if she was thinking. What do you want? He asked, clenching his fist. We will talk later, bring the owned lives first. I believe you made a deal with His Majesty, that they can be provided as other people or something, she said as the man who was standing behind her squinted behind his mask. Ah, no, Liam hesitated. I need your promise to give me some more time first, he said. Why, it is better this way. That is not a reason, the girl said, noticing his hesitation. Fine, you will have 1 year to get the authority you owe. In exchange for this delay, I want you to get me 2 top VIP tickets to the auction now, she said. Oh, fine, Liam sighed, smiling as he felt the contract accept the girl's decision. The goods? Ah, follow me, Liam said, taking his visitors to the elevator that took them up to the 37th floor of the hotel over the casino, where he kept the girls. He was expecting Vic to come any day now to get them. The elevator door opened to reveal a huge suite where 40 scantily clothed extra fat and ugly girls lay on red velvet couches as they awaited their fateful young master to make them true women. Here they are, all young and healthy just like me, a perfect replacement. He said. Quote. One of the girls winked as the silk that covered her thigh fell to the ground. The masked girl chuckled as the guy behind her gasped, then immediately ran to the trash can where he began to puke. Liam couldn't blame him. He had the same reaction when his men got the girls for him. 1 or 2 of them were enough to give some men nightmares, let alone 40 who sat in some very revealing poses. Throughout that last month, Liam had been pondering whether he should choose fat guys or girls to give Vic, but fat guys could be trained to go thin and be useful, fat ugly girls can become thin, but not pretty. This was his petty revenge against Vic. Are those the goods? The girl who didn't seem to care asked, smiling for a strange reason. Yes, this is why he wanted the promise first, the guy who finished puking said hatefully. Yes, you can't go back on your words now. I won't, those are perfect, I am liking you more and more. The girl said unexpectedly, patting Liam's shoulders. Once you become Vic's slave, I will tell him to go easy on you. I will never become his slave. Liam said directly. We will see, let them dress up and meet me after the auction. She said. Oh, and prepare the cash you owe, we will be using it all tonight. What? Liam gasped. You want to use all that money in the auction? Ah, but, is there a problem? The girl asked, frowning. Ah, not for me, he said sneakily. This way please. Ellipsis. Victor slowly and carefully descended onto one of the corpse mountains and began to look around, wary of any attack. This place felt extra weird. Did someone place those corpses here? Was this gorge some kind of giant lab for demons or something? Probably not. Many of them had clear signs of broken bones that penetrated their skin. They clearly fell from above. He slowly looked at the corpse under his feet. It was of an elderly elf. No, he was not old, just mummified. It seemed like dried fish. Touching the corpse, Victor began to check it. It had a big stab mark that clearly penetrated its chest and appeared to have reached the other side where a trace of dried blood could be seen all over its shiny metal mithril armor. Wait, was this an artifact? Elven mithril armor, ah. Cool. Victor quickly tried to take it off the corpse, and it was hard, as the moment he applied a little force, the corpse's arm broke off like a dried twig. It gave him a good view of the insides that, although red, were totally dry. This guy must have been dead a long time ago, but other than drying up, there were no signs of decay at all. Was this the effect of some poison? Wait, that's it. It is death. Decay was the process in which microorganisms devoured the corpses. Could it be that the death energy here was killing all living things, including bacteria? Victor quickly checked multiple other corpses to affirm his guess. Elves, dwarves, humans, and some strange-looking ogres. There were animals too. Some looked familiar like elven horses that fell with the broken wagons that they were dragging, and some were strange like some huge bird-like creature that had an elf riding it. He was right. All the corpses, blood and skins had long dried, and were somewhat brittle, others were rock-hard, like the corpse of a strange horned beast. This place seemed to be completely a work of nature. There was no proof of someone tampering or placing things here. Now, the question was, what should he do? No, this was not really a question. This place was a treasure trove, and treasures needed to be excavated. The question was whether the corpses only existed here under the bridge or all along the gorge. If it was the latter, he would need a few years to grab everything, as this place was huge and stretched all across the continent according to the rumors in town. Victor quickly flew up and traveled a few miles along the gorge, and as he expected, it contained traces of every battle that ever occurred above, but thankfully the corpses seemed to be concentrated only a mile or two under the bridge, and the further he traveled the corpses slowly become sparser and sparser. Most of them seemed to be either flying creatures or some beasts who slipped and fell down. It seemed that they were concentrated where battles were usually fought. As for the dead energy, it showed no signs of disappearing. On the contrary, it grew stronger as he moved to the south. The change was minute, but he could detect the change in his stamina and mana bars. Well, he didn't have much time at the moment, but he did hear there were some other bridges, so he decided to leave the task of checking them and pinpointing the death energy's origin until later. He should also check if any major battles happened near the gorge. This place was perfect to dump a few corpses. With these thoughts, Victor returned to the area under the bridge. He quickly took out his trusty cauldron and then chose one of the uninhabitable zones inside, the desert region, to fill it up with corpses. He had decided to take everything here first and dismantle them later, as this was far more efficient. Many of those corpses were wearing intricate armor and had some very impressive weapons that needed care when extracting. And whether he could still extract something extra out of those, after all, would remain to be seen. Hopefully, he would be able to use the cauldron's effect to get some useful bloodlines. Authority and skills were not an option, as those guys were long dead. Sighing at all the work he had to do, he began to just grab the corpses and then throw them in the cauldron one by one. An elf, an old dwarf, a pretty elf archer. Her corpse was well preserved and not dried like the others. It was due to a ring she had in her hand. Eternal ring, SSS. Another eternal. Maybe Alpha would like it. That girl had been avoiding taking things from him lately. Whatever. She was the type that needed to be cooked in some special method. He just needed to find a good opportunity. Another elf, a dwarf, a cat, a barrel full of some metals. He had no time to appraise around. Why were there no demons? He wondered as he worked tirelessly. Ah, then he noticed it, under a dead elf. It was a skill book. Being small, it seemed to have slipped in between the corpses. Archery, Victor quickly got an idea and began to dig in one spot instead of randomly grabbing from the surface. The more he dug, the more skill books and strange artifacts he found. Seductive dance, F. Energy drain, F. Quick steps, D. Fireball, D. Steel balls, A. Telepathy, E. Disappearance, D. Triple dodge, B. Reflect, A. Silver sword, F. Libido enhancing ring, E. The place was filled with all kinds of skill books and random trinkets. Damn, Victor could slowly make a conclusion. It seemed that the demons who fell here died then disintegrated just like what happened on the surface. They left behind their skills as treasures. He, ha ha ha. Victor began to laugh like a maniac. It seemed like he could fully fund his plans now. From now on, all he needed to do was to get enough toys. Ha ha ha, he was rich. Wait, he had no time to laugh, he would do it later. He had a ton of work to do for the next few days. Chapter 404, The Ash Flint Auction 1. Welcome our dear guests, welcome to this extraordinary auction sponsored by our prestigious Ash Flint family. The old auctioneer said as Lily and Julian found their seats in the VIP balcony Liam provided. Is Victor that emperor you kept mentioning to Liam? Julian asked, ignoring the auctioneer who began some stupid introduction. Yes, we need to secretly collect allies for the reckoning, and he can't do that as a von Weisser. So we invented some random personas, she answered briefly. Wondering what kind of depraved persona he would be using in the other world, lately, she was experiencing a strange weak feeling of ecstasy. She knew that this must be her sole connection to him, and this made her really wonder what the fuck was he doing. The only explanation for that feeling she could think of was Victor sneaking into some elf emperor's harem. Damn it, she quickly shook her head. She needed that sword. Oh, then why did you give Liam a way out? Giving him 1 entire year to pay. Couldn't you have just demanded those 10 authority points straight away and made him a slave? Julian, who didn't notice Lily's mood swings, asked. His sister didn't seem to be the forgiving type. Liam is a scion, we can't corner scions, she said. What does that mean? Julian frowned. Scions. You will understand when we return to the family, now let's focus on the auction, she said dismissively as the auctioneer presented some ceramic ducks. She was totally not interested, even when the ducks began to vibrate. What are we here for anyway? Julian asked. Slaves, this auction happens once a year, and it is one of the biggest in the world, she answered. Ah, is this legal? Julian asked nervously as he looked at the audience down below. All his experiences with the police were very miserable. In this country, yes. She said, I already told you that, so don't worry. Okay, he seemed a little relaxed. Didn't you just get 40, whatever those things were? Don't be rude, it is not their fault. She scolded, interrupting him. And, I don't mind grabbing a few more girls, especially a gem that should appear here. She said as her eyes twinkled. You will see, she should be the last and best object tonight, she paused and frowned as 2 men stepped onto the opposing balcony. One was Liam who was almost groveling in front of the guest whom she could only get a glimpse of. Before a burly bodyguard closed the blinds. Shit, what? Julian asked. His sister's mouth was very foul, she kept hurling random curses for random reasons all the time. Someone who should not be here, this is going to be troublesome, she bit her lip. The guest was none other than Titus, Victor's cousin. That bastard didn't even care to wear a mask. He feared no one. Will this affect our plans? Julian asked. He had no idea who this someone was. Yes, that guy will definitely be bidding for the ones we want, and Liam would probably side with him. Lily cursed. She should have delayed the payment of the debt until after the auction, but she would have missed out on the money and the VIP seats. Damn it. Then, Julian asked, should we back down? No, don't worry, I already have a backup plan as I expected someone would try to take our loot, it is just that this guy is too troublesome, she said as her mind turned fast, she could still make things work. Taking a strange-looking talisman, she pointed it at the balcony and activated it. Shit, she cursed again. What is it this time? Julian asked as he watched the look on her face change. Those blinds have a sound distortion effect, she said as she stood up. Even S-rank voice magnification talismans were useless if the only thing they could hear was noise. Bid casually on a few random things before I return, and try not to arouse suspicion. She told Julian, I need to check on a few things. She said as she left the balcony in a hurry, activating her shadow cloak skill. She quickly followed the corridor until she reached the balcony where Liam and Titus should be. Making sure no one was nearby, she activated a talisman and pasted it on the door, then put her ear on it. Thankful it worked. Ellipsis. Light had shone upon my lonely world, and my Stop with ass kissing already, Titus interrupted. Where's Larry? I thought I asked for him. Ah, Larry is no longer responsible for the auction house here. If young Master Titus needs anything, I would be more than glad to provide it. Liam said. Is he dead? Who? Larry. If he was not dead, then why is not fucking here to welcome me? Titus asked arrogantly. Oh, well, Larry left this city a week ago. I just got promoted, and he didn't like to keep working under me. He works for my big brother. Liam said. He sounded troubled. Oh, Titus frowned. So it is family drama. Not like he cared. Then what happened to the goods? The goods? Liam asked. My fucking girls. Titus flared. The one I ordered Larry to secure. Oh, Liam seemed troubled again. Oh, what? These belong to young Master Titus? Liam asked. Yes. I am very sorry, young Master. The managers had no idea those were young Master Titus's goods, so we included them in the auction. Liam said. Lily somehow felt he was lying. What? Titus flared. Pull them out. Ah, I am very sorry, but there was nothing in the books, and the elders were the ones who made the decision. I have no authority to pull them out now. The auction's item list has been issued. It would really damage our credibility. Liam said. If young Master Titus had already paid for them, we would reimburse you immediately. Bang. Fuck. I didn't pay shit. Titus cursed. There was the sound of something breaking. Then, young Master Titus, you only need to buy them now, Liam said. I see, so that was your plan all along, Titus said in a very cold voice. I don't know what young Master Titus is talking about, Liam played dumb. Lily was liking this guy more and more. I will play your game, Titus said. Just tell Larry that the next time I see him I will break his legs, and I will break yours too if I ever see you in Vane City. Now get out. Ah, quote. Lily quickly jumped away and stuck to the ceiling as the door swung open and Liam was kicked out by a burly guard. Just you wait, Liam cursed in a low voice, looking carefully at the door before smirking and then turning away. I see, Lily said as she watched him leave. After that, she tried to eavesdrop more on Titus, but there was no voice from inside, so she quickly made her way back to her balcony. Liam was definitely playing a game here to kill two birds with one stone. First of all, he intended to get rid of the connection between that guy Larry and Titus. Probably this was connected to some family feud. Secondly, he wanted to make Titus pay more for the goods. A lot more. Well, in the other timeline, the same thing seemed to have happened, though she was not sure how. From the report Victor was doing while investigating Titus, she remembered that it was mentioned that he bought that girl from this place. Now, it was clear why Liam seemed a little taken back when she said she wanted to participate in the auction. The bastard was now planning to make her fight with Titus to take some of the heat off himself. And maybe he had some other plans. Ellipsis. Roy woke up, and looked up at the white neon ceiling. What happened? Yes, that little girl hit him. Ah, he quickly looked at his hand. It hurt a bit, but it seemed fine. Strange, he could swear he felt his bone crack when his fist touched hers. He was probably mistaken. Ah, he quickly tried to sit up. It was painful, but nothing seemed broken. Looking around, he confirmed that he was in an infirmary bed, and to his right and left, were numerous similar beds with young men and women lying on them. WTF. Most were asleep, except a few who, like him, had started to wake up. So you are awake, someone said. It was Roxy. What happened? Everyone got their asses handed to them. Roxy shrugged. You are one of the few lucky ones who managed to get a point though. Oh, what about you? Me, Roxy smirked. The moment I saw that Iris was locking the door, I ran away using the ventilation duct. Then how did you know what happened? Ah, I am a reporter, you know. I have my ways, she proudly said, making him sigh. Is it okay for you to tell me that? What if I ratted on you? He asked. You are my brother, she said, seemingly offended. That little girl was also our sister, and look what she did, he said, looking at his poor siblings. He, that would be useless. I was caught, she shrugged. Oh, didn't they drag you back? Nope, on the contrary, she began to whisper. I was granted 10 points for sensing the danger and escaping. It was a part of the test, she said triumphantly. Oh, good for you, he sighed again. So, do you need anything from me? He asked. He noticed that she didn't seem to care about the others. Yes, Iris is interested in you, and she wanted me to tell you a few things, Roxy said, lowering her voice. Iris, that legitimate bitch, didn't she trick us? He asked hatefully. It is a part of the test. Listen up, After this test, each of us will be getting a chance to choose one of the legitimate heirs as our master. She wants you to choose her. Oh, a master. Yes, apparently, we still can't enter the family without the right bloodline, so after the awakening ceremony, they are creating a new rank for us, guardian heirs. It is above that of outer heirs and just slightly below that of inner heirs. Oh, Roy didn't sound impressed. To guide us after that, we must each choose a master who is an inner or elite heir. Iris wants you to choose her. Roxy said. Is she sure I will survive this test? He asked. She read your file, and she likes you regardless. If you fail, she will make sure to hire you in her mall, Roxy said. You are going to choose her? I am not sure yet, but I like her a ton more than the others I met, Roxy said. And she had a really sad story. She was just like us until a few months ago. Oh, are our other supreme legitimate brothers here? He asked rudely. Don't let them hear you phrase it like that. And yes, some of them, they are called Rex and Max, she sighed. You don't like them. You will know when you meet them. Now focus on recovering, Roxy said, patting Roy's shoulder before she left. He sighed and relaxed on his bed. Then he sat up again. Can I help you? One pretty nurse asked. I need to go to the restroom, he said as he prepared to stand up. Ah, let me help you, she said in a seductive voice. No thanks, he said, hitting the feverish nurse's hand away as he made his way to the restroom. He knew women like her, wanting to cling to the rich while scolding the poor. Closing the restroom door, he quickly took a note that Roxy stuck under his collar. Be careful, the rewards are big, but everything here is a test, from the nurses to the food. Never trust Rex or Max. They are snakes. I already took care of your sister, she was transferred to a good hospital and will be fine. Just focus on succeeding, the world is bigger than you can imagine. Iris, is this letter a test too? He wondered as he crumbled it and threw it in the toilet. Regardless, if she really took care of his little sister, he was in her debt. Ellipsis. In a lonely auction balcony the poor door swung open. Did you finish snooping around? Julian asked when he noticed that Lily returned. Yup, Lily said as she took her seat. What is that? She asked, noticing a vibrating porcelain duck that was in Julian's hand. I wanted to buy something not to draw attention to us, and this thing is nice, he replied. It is for relaxing purposes. Quote. Lily sighed. All perverts think alike. A maid came and dropped this while you were away, Julian said, giving Lily a catalogue. Opening it, she could see that it was full of photos of naked women and men. The goods for this auction. Is the one on the last page you wanted to get? He asked, licking his lip. Lily quickly flipped to it, squinting at the very pretty girl on the last page. Yes, but you can't touch her. She said. Oh, I never said I planned to, Julian said. He seemed a little upset. Don't act like that, this one is more trouble than you can ever handle, Lily, who could easily read his thoughts, said, but if you manage to control her right, she would be a very efficient weapon. What do you mean? I will tell you when the time's right, Lily sighed as she looked at the stage below. The first phase of the auction ended and the old auctioneer was changed to an old masked dignified lady, followed by two women who were dressed in black dominatrix leather suits and armed with two whips. Ladies and gentlemen, now, we will start the real auction, she said as from the backstage, a line of naked chained men entered the stage. All of them had one thing in common, they were damn hot. The first batch, let's start. The old woman said as one of the dominatrices cracked her whip, making all the men start to demonstrate their bodies in exotic poses. Julian couldn't help but swallow, those guys were big. Tisk, Lily clicked her tongue and shook her head. Pathetic, they should be ashamed of themselves instead of showing off like this. She said as she relaxed in her seat. Compared to Victor, those guys were nothing. Julian didn't really get what she meant. He just kept his silence, being a little thankful that his sister was not reacting like some ladies in the audience who began to fight over the men while drooling. Soon enough, the amount of money that was thrown around became mind-numbing. Julian, who lived most of his life in poverty, could only sigh. Maybe he should have really sold his body to some rich lady instead of suffering in the back of the Allies. Next, the old woman said as the first batch was sold. A line of pretty girls in some very revealing clothes and chains entered the stage. The whip cracked again, and the reluctant girls began to do as the men, exposing themselves in various poses. This is disgusting, Julian said, righteously, though his eyes that were about to pop out betrayed him. Why even bother trying? Lily sighed. A man has to always stand on the side of justice. He said. Whatever, she sighed. This was the main difference between her brother and Victor. The former has a sense of justice, the latter would sleep with Lady Justice and then cheat on her the next morning. No, that's wrong. Victor never really cheats. It is not cheating if everyone knew he was collecting a harem. Damn it. Let's start with number 11. A fair 19-year-old maiden from the southern marches was sold to repay her father's debt, the old lady began explaining. The minimum will be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 7 million, 8 million, 15 million, Lily quickly doubled it. 20 million, 21 million, Lily bid again. 22 million, 25 million, Lily increased the price. 30 million, Titus entered the bidding at last. 35 million, Lily increased. 50 million, Titus increased again. 80 million, Lily increased it as the audience gasped, was that girl really worth all that money? Sis, we only got 112 million for Liam, Julian commented. Then we should have 32 million left, they are plenty enough. She said. Ah, make those 30 million, he corrected her. What, the duck, fuck you, she cursed. Regardless, 2 million will not make much difference. Will we be alright? He asked nervously, ignoring her foul mouth. We will, she said, taking a bag of untraceable cash from her ring and setting it to the side. She borrowed this from Margaret. We probably wouldn't need to use those, she said mysteriously as she glanced at Titus's balcony. She was right, he didn't bid anymore. Why? Simple, that bastard had already decided that Lily and Julian would not leave this city alive. Are there no more bids? 3, 2, 1, number 11 goes to the occupier of balcony 4. The old woman said. Next is number 12, a girl from the city caught scamming old men out of their savings. Lily didn't bid on this one. Why not bid? Julian asked. The girl looked hot. She doesn't have a bloodline, she said. You can tell, Julian asked. Once your bloodline is high enough, you begin to feel such things, she said. Although she couldn't be sure what bloodline each had, she could feel it if someone had something special. Oh, so we only need people with good bloodlines? He asked. His sister already explained some things about bloodlines. No, but Titus only wants those, and I plan to only bid against Titus to confirm his stupid suspicion. She said. Ah, Titus is that guy on the other balcony? Julian asked. Yes, he is a very nasty and powerful piece of sh*t. Now he thinks we are working with Liam to rip him off. Those girls were supposed to be his at a discount. Lily said, and I am going to play along as he will no longer bid. Oh, then we are now his target. Julian squinted his eyes, realizing that Liam was using them. Will he be waiting outside? Yup, but, if he decided to do anything funny, I might as well make him regret coming out of that little cell he was in. She said coldly, sending a message to Kai using a routed phone. Telling him to intercept any communications about family troops deployed in her vicinity, and to say, hi, to Rita who was assisting him.